wide this time, hammered away for 4 by Toby Rowland-Jones. Short and wide and carved away through deep point. Bailey to Rowland-Jones, a little fuller, and that is muscled out through mid-wicket. And that is 4 runs. He gets a hold of that one, Toby Rowland-Jones. So maybe something in that 170 mark might just give them a half a chance. It's off the back foot by Robson and kind of shuffled away through mid-wicket. And it's going to bring him 4 runs. It's to the right of mid-on, the left of mid-wicket.
In he comes, bowls, and it's just cut down nicely from Sam Robson. Very cheeky, just bit back of a length.
Other chocolate bars are available. Here's a full delivery to Rowland-Jones, and he drives back down the grounds. Lovely shot that. The bowler just gets something on it. He might have done, not enough though. Over the ropes it goes.
There's Wood bowls, back of a length, and he pulls it out. And Luke Wells has not picked it up at all.
His left arm around the wicket. And it's top edge down towards fine leg, and guess what? Rowland-Jones departs, and the change of balls worked a treat. Wood in balls, short again, that's shovelled away off the hip out towards deep backward square leg for Robson to take him into the 80s.
It's a bowl through the day, as here's Wells outside the off stump. That's driven away by Bambury, driven away for 4. Middlesex are 189 for 9. Slip or miss as he waits on this one, and he's played on the back foot. Wells has squeezed one through. 194 all out Middlesex. Robson's innings 235
to Wells. He's guiding the ball down to third man. He'll get 4 for it.
Intrepid investigative journalism here as forward goes. Jennings clipping that in front of one of the subs, out to deep mid-wicket it goes, and that's 4. That's a nice little turn, isn't it? Beautifully timed by Jennings. Overseas restrictions, financial restrictions on them. Is Higgins, edged by Wells, flashes at one over Davies at third slip. This ball's clipped away wide of mid-on, and a nice little shot for 4. Tumbling effort by Bamber, rolling to his left. He couldn't stop it. Yadav's still giving chase, but it's gone. Higgins bowls, and this is clipped wide of mid-on with a real flourish. Dismissive from Wells. He nudged one nicely timed through there a moment ago. That, of course, is a full one to Wells, driving straight to mid-off, and a single's taken. A boundary's taken, sorry. Wells is on to 23, 35.
Back to the championship, and Rowland-Jones in bowls and driven straight through the legs of the bowler and past the fielder. Diving to his right-hand side at mid-on, and it's over the boundary rope. It's 4 runs for Wells, it's 4 more for Lancashire.
James Anderson bowling to Keaton Jennings. He's got him straight away. First ball sent down by Josh Takaris here at Old Trafford, and Jennings has gone for 29.
Again, he bowls, leans back, and that's carved away. Is that going to get to the boundary? I don't think it will. It shouldn't do. There's a fielder sweeping around, picking up its 2 runs, but it does mean it's 50 for Wells. He gets his half-century. 65 balls, 11 fours, out there for 102 minutes, raises the bat all around. I knew he'd get there in the end.
Bohannon down the track, advances, pumps it down the ground, all the way for 6. Beautiful footwork from Josh Bohannon.
It's that little squat just as Yadav starts his run up, and he bowls him! Well, there we go, he's backed up one too many times. Yadav strikes.
In come Takaris. Oh, he's bowled him! First ball, rips it through the defence of Phil Salts. And this game just turning on the head a little bit. In comes Takaris. Bowls, and Wells just tucks that nicely off his legs. Gets 4 runs, played against the spin, but was full enough to control.
One they're enjoying at the moment as Giant Yadav begins a new over down the leg side to Vilas, who tickles it away, fine of Ethan Bamber, who's got a long old chase which he won't win down to the hotel, and to long leg that goes for 4.
Into the attack, Josh Takaris, who starts up straight away after tea. Bit of a loosener to Vilas, who hammers it away through extra cover for 4 runs. So he moves on to 15, 118 for 3. Yadav in, just outside the off stump, encouraging Vilas to do just that. Hammering the ball away into the offside for 4 runs along the ground through extra cover.
I wanna fly better. Take me where the
Good morning and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford here on Lancs TV, where we are in for a delayed start, I'm afraid. No prospect of any play anytime soon. That's the scene. The full covers are on. It's raining. I mean, it's not raining heavily, but it's raining enough for everyone to be indoors and keeping dry. You can just see little pockets of water as well forming at the edge of the covers. It does dry pretty quickly, so I don't think we should be too concerned by that. But it is quite wet in places underfoot, and the forecast isn't brilliant for today. I'm not so sure just how much play we'll get. Fingers crossed it does clear up and it does brighten up a little bit later on, because the game's beautifully balanced. Just been watching highlights of day 2, where Lancashire got off to a terrific start. Wells and Jennings batting beautifully, put on 80 for the first wicket, and then we saw the game kind of burst into life, didn't we, with those 3 quick wickets. 2 for Josh de Cairns, his first wicket coming with his first ball here at Old Trafford, and then of course Yadav picking up 1 as well. Jennings, Bannon and Salt all falling pretty quickly, and that shook the game up a little bit, and it's left it beautifully balanced. Lancashire are still trailing 62 runs behind at 132 for 3, with Luke Wells on 65. They're the wickets to fall. Jennings for 29, Bannon for 7, and Salt for 0. So Wells on 65 and Villas on 23 are set to resume for Lancashire, with Middlesex kind of trying to bowl themselves back into the match, really. De Cairns 2 for 27, Yadav 1 for 38, Bamba bowling beautifully at the top, 10 overs for just 11 runs. And it's nicely balanced if we can get enough play to try and see if we can get a result. Obviously Middlesex are pretty eager to try and get out there and get some cricket, because they're in a battle at the bottom of Division 1, and Kent are nicely placed in their game against Nottinghamshire, so the gap between Kent and Middlesex coming into this fixture was just 6 points. So if Kent were to get a positive result and beat Notts in Canterbury this week, that will put Middlesex right on the back foot heading into the final 2 games of the season. So I'm sure Middlesex are quite keen for the weather to break, but no imminent sign of any play, I'm afraid. I've got no details with regards to any kind of inspection, anything like that, because at the moment, as I say, the drizzle's still falling, and you've able to spot, I think, a couple of Middlesex players heading across from the hotel. They may have been into the cafe for a cup of coffee, perhaps. So nothing to bring you at the minute with regards to any kind of inspection or any potential start time. Fingers crossed we get a bit of a break in the weather, and the forecast picks up a little bit, and we'll try and get some play at some stage on the 3rd day. We shall keep you posted. You can follow the action via the live stream and on the BBC Sport website and app, and I'm sure the social media accounts will keep you posted with regards to potential inspections and that type of thing. So fingers crossed, we'll be back with you for some live cricket, but at the minute, nothing to bring you here from Emirates Old Trafford.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. It's a very special edition as well. We're delighted to say that I've got sitting alongside me Mike Brearley, former England captain and eminent psychoanalyst as well, author. The reason Mike is here, not just to watch Middlesex play Lancashire, Middlesex is Old County of course, but to promote his new book, Turning Over the Pebbles, which is a memoir about life and cricket and the mind.
Yes.
So Michael, really good to see you.
Good to be here, thank you, Paul.
Emirates Old Trafford has changed dramatically since your time as a player. First impressions?
I remember playing here for Cambridge University against Lancashire, and we were, of course, playing, changing in the pavilion, square onto the pitch as it was, and Slacky Hilton was bowling.
He was fast.
I'd never seen anything like it. I think he twisted an ankle or something before I went into bat, but he was quick. Anyway, that's one memory, the first memory. But I came to Old Trafford a few times. I can't remember ever scoring any runs here. There was quite an enjoyable test match when Ian Botham scored 118 in 86 balls, I see recorded on one of the pavilion walls. And that was the 3rd of those remarkable matches in 1981. It was your first test match.
It was.
And you got 6 wickets.
I got
4 wickets, and you scored 50.
unbelievably.
Wonderful.
I've never scored a 50 in any
Wonderful.
class of, well, in
Wonderful.
any senior class of
Wonderful.
cricket.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, thank you, Mike. I do remember, I obviously remember a lot about that game, but I remember being in awe of you because your reputation went before you as a captain. And I also remember you making me feel remarkably calm at obviously the most nervous time of my career.
Well, I'm glad about that. I probably wasn't calm myself, but it's like a swan paddling under the water.
Well, it was a frantic experience, I think, because of what had gone before. Let's just start a little bit with that,
Yes.
because that 81 series is perhaps the one that you'll be most remembered for as captain, coming back to captain the side. England were 1-0 down, and England then won 3 matches on the trot with you at the helm. Same players, more or less.
Yes.
I mean,
But very, very lucky as well. It was great turnaround of Ian Botham, and to some extent Bob Willis too, who got 8 wickets at Headingley, 2 tests before this one. No, but at the time, I think I knew perfectly well that it was a hair's breadth, and it was very lucky that we won. But we did, and it was remarkable, and it captured the imagination of a lot of people in the country at that time.
Coming to the book quickly, it's a memoir.
Yes.
And it is about your life from your time as a schoolboy right the way through university as a lecturer, and then your cricket career, and then post-cricket career as a psychoanalyst. But one thing that struck me in the book was that you said that cricket is a part of me. You didn't mention that any other aspect of your career or life is a part of you, but cricket is a part of you. Why is that so fundamental to you?
Well, I think for one thing, it's the first thing I really remember. Cricket and at that time football was equal. Winter was football, cricket was summer. When I was little, and my dad was a good cricketer. He played for Yorkshire once and Middlesex twice, and both their second 11s. You know, Yorkshire were the best county in the country. He played with Len Hutton and Herbert Sutcliffe in a match against Middlesex, actually. Headley Verity, and Bill Bowes and Compton and Edrich. So it was quite a match, you know. So it got my imagination. I loved it. I wanted to play cricket all the time. When I was about 9, I put it in the book, my mother said to me, if you carry on like this, you'll do nothing but play cricket and football all your life, which is a bit true.
Well, there are worse things to do.
And there were many worse things to do. And so I think it was ingrained in me. You know, my dad was a Yorkshireman. He played in Yorkshire League and for Leeds University and the British universities, and then he played for Yorkshire Seconds and so on. And they all thought about cricket from a point of view of tactics and strategy, as well as about technique and what shots you should play and what shots you shouldn't play.
There's a lovely little bit in the book about your upbringing, or your father's upbringing, really, and the way he approached the game as a serious game.
Yes, that's
no,
right.
no fripperies.
No fripperies.
Had to be played properly.
And straight, you know.
Yeah, play straight.
I mean, straight technically, but straight morally as well, according to the values of the time, really.
And yet you were an innovator when in your time at cricket, in many aspects, weren't you?
Well,
you were the first, I think, maybe the second to wear a helmet for a start, or a skull cap, as they were called then.
And within 6 months, everyone was wearing them, except Viv Richards.
Yeah, well, Viv never. No, I only ever saw Clive Lloyd take a helmet off once when he was facing Sylvester Clarke.
Did he?
And I asked him many years later, so why did he do that? He said, I felt I just needed sharpening up a little.
Oh, did he? Sylvester. He was quite a bowler, wasn't he?
He was rapid, yeah. But interestingly, you obviously, as I said, were an innovator. Fancy fields your father didn't like. I think he said fancy fields or field placings. What do you make of the field placings and the modern game? Well, you can't say in general, but the way the game has evolved.
Well, I think it's evolved quite a bit in the last year and a bit, especially with Ben Stokes joined by Brendan McCullum. And Brendan McCullum, I think, shifted the game on in the mid-1910s, 1913, 15 and beyond, when he captained New Zealand. And I think he did, you mentioned just before we started the one-day match, 50 over matches, but
in the World Cup in 2015.
Yes, but I think in Test cricket too, and in two ways. One is that he having been, I think, depressed actually or low, and losing the point of what cricket was about, and feeling the New Zealand team had done the same thing. He tried to get people back to playing as they had, with the same mentality, similar mentality to what they had played in as a child when they started playing cricket just for love of the game.
Remember the age, remember the innocence with which you played the game.
And then you can, he said, then you can look for what you hope to do and might do and not be too preoccupied with how things will go wrong. And I think he helped the English team to transform into an attitude that they shared through the whole, they are sharing still through the whole team, the whole squad, of being able to take a few more risks, to go for things in a natural way, be a bit more relaxed about it and so on.
Is that something that you did yourself when you were captain?
Well, I think I did with some people. I think I did with Ian Botham and his batting when he came back, because he'd got, you know, he was very unlucky, you know. He might have had a Stokes, if he'd had a different set of teams to play against, because of his 11 matches as captain, I think it was, 8 or 9 were against the West Indies, who were easily the best team in the world at the time. And then Australia, the other two. They were the next best team, and we were probably the one after that. And, you know, that was really bad luck. But he had lost his form, both as a bowler and as a batsman, during that time. And I think he needed to...
But it's quite... still amazes me that he was at such a low after the Lord's Test when he resigned or was going to be removed, or whichever way it was, both probably. And yet, almost instantly, because it was the next Test match, he became, yet again, this talismanic figure. Did you say anything to him?
Well,
you must have done.
We only met in between those times on the lunchtime or the afternoon, the day before the Test, and, as you did in those days. And I was a little nervous, you know, how was he going to be? I thought we'd always got on, very different people.
But you'd known him for
5
quite
years,
a while.
4 or 5 years. But I still felt, how bitter was he going to be? How negative would he be about anything? You know, about, was he happy that it was me and not somebody else? I think he was, actually, because he knew me and we got on. And I could give him his head, but sometimes I could just take him off or say, I'm not going to bowl you if you bowl medium pace half volleys, which I did during that match. Took him off after 3 overs, and he didn't like it, but we could get through over that. But batting wise, I think the luck was that it was such a good pitch to bowl on. We let them get 400 in the first innings. We were, when he came into bat, probably 100 for 5 or something like that, or maybe 80, I don't know, I can't remember. And he played a big shot against Dennis Lillee, and it was a good length, just short of a length ball on Lilly's usual line, just outside off stump, going away, and it reared up. He was trying to hit it off the back foot. It reared up, just missed his gloves and his chin, and went through to Rodney Marsh like that. And he looked up to me. I was sitting in the balcony, which was quite close to the pitch in those days, square on, long leg really, but square on. And I sort of said, enjoy yourself, you know, carry on, because on that pitch I knew, probably on any pitch at that time, but on that pitch in particular, he was better off playing all the shots he felt like playing.
And yet I do seem to remember that when he got his 100, there was a camera shot of you, which I've seen subsequently, of you saying, keep going. Basically.
Well, yes,
but that's the same thing.
It was the same thing, really. I didn't want him to stop playing shots, but I just thought, he's got to 100, and I think it was when Chris Old had come in as well, and how was Chris going to play? He got at 29, he played 27, 29, they put on probably 60 odd, which is also crucial, like your 52 in the first, that was the later.
That was at Old Trafford.
I'm sorry, at Old Trafford. But anyway, it was, so, I did, and I think That's on the BBC programme of highlights of the Test match, that gesture from me. And I was given credit by Richie Benner saying that I was saying carry on hitting to Chris Old, but I think I was also saying to Chris Old, you know, keep that left foot, his back foot, somewhere in line with the stumps.
Well, he was, yes, he was quite good at giving himself a little
giving
room.
himself a little room.
Yeah.
But actually, he did very well as well in that match and in that stand. He also bowled, in the second innings, he bowled 7 overs for 10 runs and got Alan Border out just after lunch. And then Ray Bright slogged him for a couple of 4s from straight to square leg. But he'd done a good job too. So,
how long did it take you to learn your approach to captaincy? Because you also say in the book that captaincy was very important to you in your future career. It wasn't the fact that philosophy or psychoanalysis helped your captaincy. It was much the other way around, really.
At least as much, I agree with you. Well, I think it's that, you know, there are 2 main branches of captaincy. One is tactics and strategy and putting the right people on the right sort of fields and deciding when to declare and all that sort of thing. But the other is something more intangible, which is to do with how do you get the best out of the team, both individually and as a whole. And I suppose it was, I'm not saying I could always do it very well, but it was always an issue, you know, and there were always 1 or 2 people who would be a bit difficult, from my point of view, in different ways. I would be difficult for them too, by the way. But how did you get the best out of people? And I think one of the lessons that I sort of partly learned, partly from Ray Illingworth talking to Raymond, because I always like to talk to Raymond, but he said about taking John Snow to Australia in 1971, when we won. And he decided that with John Snow, he said to John Snow, look, until the first test, the key bowler, I want you, you're going to do what everyone else does in the way of practice and so on, turn up to the nets and really try and get yourself fully fit. After that time, if all's going well, it's up to you. You tell me when you want to practice, you tell me when you want to play. In other words, to start with, the rules are the same for you as for everyone else. But once we get into the test cricket, and I want you to be fit for test matches, that's what I want, you do it your way. And I admired that. And I think the rest of the team could buy into that he was being treated differently from others. A bit of that was true of Ian, but sometimes with Ian, I had to say to him, no, you've got to bowl before we go and play a match, you know, bowl a bit. And then he'd come and bowl bounces at me in the nets, amusing himself.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was a rule to himself, but as you say, he needed managing, and you managed him admirably. Do you think you'd enjoy captaining the present-day England side?
Yes.
Under McCullum and Rob Key. And
I think I'd have loved it. I'd have loved it.
Because that seems to be exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, I'm afraid I couldn't buy into it for myself. But I still remain tense and uptight.
Well, and you say in the book you were, you know, before your first game of cricket at school, you were sick. You felt sick, too sick to play.
Yes. Yeah.
And also your test match.
The second test match, the first one at Lord's.
Yeah. But at least you can appreciate how the others feel then, of course.
Well, I think there's something in that. You know, the people who are really the geniuses of the game are not always the best captains, you know, because they haven't had to go through the things that the rest of us have to go through, certainly from time to time. And it's always a bit of a struggle at the top level. I think by the end of my career, I got to feel I belonged in county cricket. You know, I was a good county cricketer. Yeah. I was on the edge of being a test player. I mean, I got selected as a batsman.
Well, he played 39 times.
Yes, but many of them because I was captain.
Yeah.
But still, as a batsman, I'm thinking of. So
how? No, because it's interesting to me, and I'm sure to people who want to get to know you or feel they want to get to know you. You were captain for 31 of those 39 tests. Did it ever, not dawn on you perhaps, but did it trouble you that you weren't contributing as a batsman? And how did you equate that? Yeah. And how did that make you feel compared to the greats who were around you, the Bothams, the Willises, the Boycotts, the Underwoods, etc. Gower, of course, in his pomp.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you come to terms with that?
Well, sometimes with difficulty, Paul. I mean, there were good things that people said to you. I remember Tony Gregg captaining when I was vice captain in India, and the first test match I was in really good form, and it was a good pitch. We won the toss, lovely day, and I ran myself out for 5. And he told me later that match, during the match, that he felt like crying when I ran myself out. You know, so that was kind of a... And Ian Botham would say to me once or twice, I might have scored a slow 20, but the ball was doing a bit, and there were some good bowlers, you know.
So there's this reciprocal feeling of people wanting you to do well.
Yes.
Good players wanting you to do well.
And valuing the contribution, even if in ordinary statistical terms it was modest. Well, it was modest, but it was still something.
Yeah.
And there were once or twice when I really was in bad form. I mean, there was once after I'd broken my arm, I came back too soon. That was in Pakistan. I came back too soon the next summer. It was quite a bad break, and anyway, I couldn't, it was not good. And I got to the last test at, I think it was at Nottingham against New Zealand, and I scored 50 against Hadley and New Zealand. And all the team came out on the balcony to applaud, and it was at a time when it was going to be selected for the winter, the team. And that meant a lot to me, you know, because they obviously wanted me to play. And then once in Australia, when I couldn't score a run, I asked Doug Insole and Bob and probably Geoffrey Boycott, and they all said, you know, you've got to keep playing. We want you there. And so that was so I did need some support from people like that.
You mentioned, you talk a bit about your nerves and your approach to cricket. Do you get nervous in other aspects of your life? For instance, when you started as a philosophy lecturer at Newcastle University, you were relatively young and you had time away from the game. And then beginning your psychoanalysis training.
No, I'm afraid I do.
But that's good then.
Well, it's got a good side to it. You've got to be anxious a bit. I mean, even I remember Ian Botham saying to me he was really anxious before a test match until he walked onto the field. Yeah. But mine didn't stop when I walked onto the field. But, you know, it was his
You
stage.
didn't stop when you went on the field?
No. I
What,
mean,
as a batsman or as a
batsman?
captain?
As a captain, I was more confident.
Yeah.
I had those doubts that you mentioned, you know. Was I worth a place in the team? Was I wanted by the team? Was I contributing enough in that way to make up for not contributing it as much as I'd like as a batsman? But I did, and I can have still. I think psychoanalysis has helped me in this, and cricket too, probably. I can still feel a bit of a panic in the night if something's going to happen that's difficult the next day, giving a paper to a distinguished audience or that sort of thing. Or sometimes as with people that you find difficult in your ordinary emotional interactions, whether it's a patient or a player, you know, it can be the same sort of thing. But I hope it's a bit easier than it was.
You talk about, in the book, about obviously the various aspects of your life. And there's one particular part where you almost wonder whether you could have done other things, i.e. stayed in cricket as a coach or a commentator or a writer, and you do write about the game.
Come back to the writing.
Or whether you've explored the path that you wanted to explore. In other words, carry on with your learning, basically, and this profession of psychoanalysis. Well,
I do find psychoanalysis fascinating. You know, it's the whole person. It's men and women. Well, of course, cricket is for women as well, but we didn't quite have it in our day. We didn't play alongside them, of course. No. So, and it's the whole person, and it's from childhood on, and that's the point of the matter. Whereas in cricket, it was really, how do you get the best out of people and help them in relation to their cricket? Sometimes that may be helping them in other ways. I remember Steve Waugh saying to me once, I think I put it in the book too, saying that he hoped as captain of Australia to help people to become not only better cricketers but better people. And I think that was a very interesting comment. But I thought so in a way that's you know, it covers the whole range of the unconscious and conscious self, the mind, the emotions, the behaviour, the inclinations, the dreams. I think it's suited me very well, actually.
But you do come back to what you most enjoyed about the game, and the companionship, the dressing room, the humour, which I think, not you, but we all struggle to come to terms with when we finish playing the game, because you're there. It's a 24/7 occupation as a cricketer.
It is.
And I think a lot of players find it very, very difficult in those first years out of the game.
I think so too, and it is difficult. And we have to stop in our 30s or 40 or whatever. I stopped at 40 and start again in something else. And for many people, that's quite difficult. I mean, it wasn't easy for me, but I had something that I was kind of had in mind and was moving towards. So that was quite important.
So I
was lucky.
Well. Yeah, but right place at right time.
Absolutely.
Luck plays a part. Richie Beno, of course, said, don't try captaincy without the luck.
Yes, but don't try captaining it without the 10% of skill, he also said, didn't he?
That is true,
I think it's an interesting thing about everyone's life, is how much is luck and how much do we create our own luck or make the most of it or the worst of it, you know? So I agree with you, it's a complicated combination.
So, Mike, we're coming towards the end of your time here. Where do you think you've been most happy? Is it in the dressing room, or in the psychoanalyst room, talking to somebody on the couch or chair or whatever?
Well, I think most happy in any obvious sense of the word is when teams have been doing well. I've been doing okay myself. And there's been a great spirit in the team, as there was in that team you joined, and in Middlesex over the last few years of my playing. And I think I was as happy as in any sort of work situation that spread to the rest of one's life that I could be. Psychoanalysis is a bit different. It's not so much fun, because people are coming for a serious, usually serious or at least problems in their life and things they want to address, but it's not all misery either. And people can have, you know, jokes can be helpful or humour can be helpful in that. But too.
You'll gain gratification from being able to help them, presumably, in the same way as you would get that as a captain of a cricket team, helping individuals to succeed.
And alongside that, there's the satisfaction of seeing something more clearly yourself, whether it's as a batsman, you know, playing the right strokes and building an innings and having a good run with the bat and that sort of thing, or also thinking in a good, clear way with the patient and not being too disrupted in one's thought or in a bad mood or, you know, negative.
I know. Well, no, but you do say that through the book, your captaincy was you always felt was positive, and your approach to cricket was always positive, and I think that stands the test of time. It does, certainly. Mike, the book is a really good read. It's a challenging read for me, but it's a lovely memoir.
Thank you.
And I wish you all the success with it.
Yes, and turning over the pebbles is one of the chances of being a psychoanalyst, is you have a chance to look at things a second time round in your life, and as the analyst too. And I think that's something that's fascinated me. You look at something and you get a second bite of the cherry, is another phrase one might use. I like the phrase. Can I use one more phrase now before we stop? There was a psychoanalyst who said of one patient, it was fascinating how boring that patient was. And you see, he didn't just stay bored. He was interested, well, why am I so bored? Is it me? Is it him? Is it what? And if it's him, what's it to do with? You know, so something about that too.
Well, Mike, you've certainly had a fulfilled and varied life, and that's very well portrayed in the book. So thank you very much for talking to me.
Thank you, Paul.
If you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Not that I didn't believe in coaching, I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011 and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic. I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwin. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the third team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think my school was more football. Played 2 games I think at school, won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club and the Lancashire age group setup?
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. The representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancs and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say. Yeah,
there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do. You know, challenging you. Can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way.
Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it, no. Coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school, you know, a lot of what you call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other, but that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian, Crawley,
De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play, I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games.
No, a handful.
So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92. And I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and
old age.
Me. You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember, yeah, God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw. But you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word, you know.
There's already an element and a theme of being self-taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, and your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching, we didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought,
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at that kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because they've more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. You know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a load of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day is tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example. And you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can. And that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach. Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like? Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. We're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here, and we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished 4th in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, as simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton. Obviously, you were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably will be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the 4th over on day 1, I tore a hamstring, to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next 2 sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And,
Talk about bowling through injuries. Well, we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
I don't... Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But I don't. I can't say that. Yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been. Well, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011? In
terms of a long-term achievement, because it's just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here for whatever reason. We haven't managed it. maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. Two would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those two are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable when we didn't enjoy fielding so much. But I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps, and the batters, basically
Clueless.
either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and early on, it was going against the way it should go as a reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swing Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Low for a few years, and then
When he was playing for Essex.
so he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday, and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us. And
yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
what did he average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So, class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd, not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. Suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas, and obviously last season our batters had an incredible year. But less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become, it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, oh, I've missed the seam this time, but reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player I grew up, as a bowler I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. And you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to because the ball's harder now and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room, you can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length if that's what the ground dimensions of the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bounces, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? It's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic and it's very relevant at the current time because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve, and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win. Shake off the fear of losing red ball games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea, is going to influence everybody in the game. Even more importantly, it makes red ball cricket enjoyable, because they're watching, and hopefully the supporters are thinking, yeah, we can take a loss because they're playing such enjoyable cricket, and they will win more than they lose because they're a good team. So without doubt, it's already inspired players. It's made coaches think about the best way forward for their team. You still have to do the best thing for your team. You can't copy someone else's methods. But I think the idea that winning is more important than potentially losing is something we can all learn from.
Are players, batters in particular, going to come to you, do you think, over time and say, red ball cricket, Glenn, I want to play the way that England are playing? It's my way to success. It's my way to absolutely to better myself.
Two things spring to mind there is continuity of selection gives a player a chance to do that. So England are showing openly that they're backing players. That also gives players less chance to get in the team. But if you're going to ask players to take risks, they have to be sported. We want to win games of cricket, so how can we find ways to create space in a game to give yourself a chance to bowl a team out if the pitch is hard work? That's what England did in Rawalpindi. They scored at such a ridiculous rate, they had the time, and eventually they won out. So they're the sort of things that you need to think about. English conditions change drastically, so in the summer England were playing aggressive cricket on pitches that were doing a little bit, and they were sailing even closer to the wind there because, you know, a couple of pieces of bad luck early on and all of a sudden you've lost wickets. But they were saying, no, we're going to keep going.
Quite a relevant point, this. Can you see, and would you advocate Lancashire playing their red ball cricket in that way?
Well, if you look at the run rates from last season, we scored at quite a bit quicker than we had done previously. And we have players who are erring towards that style of cricket. Luke Wells, for instance. His early career was a traditional opening batter. His strike rate is now one of those along with the England players. He's going out there and trying to boss the game from ball one, taking it on. Keaton had an amazing season. His strike rate as he gets in is going through the roof. So he's taking his game to another level. The captain, Dane, has always been an aggressive player, but even more so this year. So absolutely, but we're going to play how Lancashire want to play, and we're going to decide that. But absolutely, we're looking to win games of cricket, so we'll be trying.
Okay, we're coming towards the final part of this, beyond the boundary. Are you happy with where Lancashire cricket are at the moment, and how do you foresee the short-term future, medium-term future of Lancashire cricket?
Well, if you look at the squad that we have, without any players being away, then we've got a terrific set of players at Lancs, all through the age ranges. We've just taken on 3 new players. One early on in the season, 2 new players, Josh Boyd and Tom Aspinwall, Matthew Hurst. So, and then I'm doing a little bit of work with the academy, and you see what's coming up. So we'll always have potential pros in our pathway. So absolutely, in terms of resources, player-wise, we're in a good position. And you look at the results over the last couple of seasons: second in the Championship twice, 2 more seconds in one-day trophies. We're right up there in terms of challenging for everything, whilst we've got young players coming through. So it puts a bit of pressure on because there's expectation there, but that's where we want to be, and we want to keep getting better. But we've got the players coming through to do that.
There's no miracle switch that you can click to get to number 1, but that's obviously your ultimate aim, to win trophies.
Yeah, I think one thing you can look at and say, right, unless the weather takes you out of it, to win a championship, if you're the best team, you've got a very good chance. So if you play the best cricket over the course of a season, you've got a very good chance. At the end of the day, in one-day competitions, you've got to win the last one. And you can't always control that, because when it comes down to 1 or 2 runs, you've got to just say, okay, we'll still look at the minute detail and we'll do what we could have done better. But at the end of the day, you've got to win on the day.
Glenn, many thanks for talking to us, and many future successes for you and for Lancashire. Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right, because our 2 favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newtonley Willows. So I can remember as a 6-7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappan Hall, so Grappan Hall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappan Hall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappan Hall.
you weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lim Rugby Club, and enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82. Yeah. Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field, and that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever? I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah.
And
purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours. And I remember we were both flailing it around everywhere, with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire schools and club cricket at Grattan Hall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grattan Hall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lim Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. I did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But that you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire schools?
Yeah.
And he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe, yeah.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer?
I think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you know you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play with
the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grappenhall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports.
Yeah.
And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, the heavy bat and a quick pitch, no, good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7, and there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you know you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and you know, hit my fair share of sixes on this ground. Not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard. And that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realised that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil DeFreitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82, you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically. To
I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 8:45, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. He talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
and
the word he
mumbled
was
a bit as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me. And I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home, I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career, and he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue. And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, well, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So obviously that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it. And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, "We'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100." And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's a great, I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously, over the last 20 years or so. And that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, and I remember that night, we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for the best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first 4, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And,
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time.
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before.
Yeah.
Ben was born on the Friday night.
Yeah.
And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car.
Yeah.
I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late.
That was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really.
Yeah. We weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year.
Yeah.
86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lord's. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancashirian and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have 2 of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those 2 guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, you know, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously
hard.
Yeah.
But it was just, for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, you know, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lord's in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
The first ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because, you know, it'd been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us. And he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So, you know, he was a massive idol. But
your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? you were nervous as a kitten before you went into
Yeah.
bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the
Absolutely.
dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and you know, he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to what, 98?
10 years, yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And you know, it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's makeup, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from 87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through 89, 90. We started in 88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, 86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in 87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormrod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in 87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as 86. And then by hook or by crook we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll, and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second. And I think Yozza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room. And then, you know, those lads that had played well in 87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
And
from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in 87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But you know, as soon as I crossed the white line, all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah, I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. You know, from the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and you know your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different. Whether it was Grapnell under 21s or the World Cup final in '92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So it was...
You've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. that World Cup final in '92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game, in Wasim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was a...
Would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt, without doubt. You know, at that point we played here for 5 years together, and we'd become great friends, as you say. And that day, we actually before knock-ups was lunch, and we actually sat opposite each other at lunch, and then we did our training, we went out, had a net, etc., etc. And then he threw me a few balls into the net. And then the game started. Obviously, he came in and got 50 when they were struggling, got them up to a good score. We were doing all right, and then he came back onto bowl. And we talked about him, you know, and I had to obviously talk about him and what do we do if it starts swinging. And all I could say was make sure you play with a full face. If you're trying to run anything down and it's swinging, it's
playing with half a bat at your peril.
Yeah. So it was full face, and Alan Lamb and I had got a partnership going. He came back on and he bowled 2 Jaffers in 2 balls, bowled around the wicket away swinger to Lammy, knocked his off pole over, and then he bowled a massive in swinger to Chris Lewis and bowled him. So his hat-trick ball was the first ball of the next over, and I was on strike. And he used to have different ways of presenting the ball, and he got to here, and I knew that he was going to bowl me an in-swinger on the hat-trick ball. But it was that quick, and it swung that far that it basically hit me on the pad. It was just going down leg stump, and it hit me before I was ready to play it. And I looked up, and he was there, and we just smiled at each other. And that was his hat-trick ball in the World Cup final.
I mean, he was that performance alone sets him apart from most other cricketers. But he was phenomenal. You say he had different ways of presenting the ball. He had a bit of a bunch of flowers, didn't he? When he, you know, and sort of reversed his wrist.
Yeah.
But it all happened so quickly that you couldn't. I fielded it slip all the time, really. But everything happened so quickly. It was just on. The ball was on you. You'd been batting for an hour, and you said the ball.
Hit me.
Why was that?
I don't know. I mean, that day when he ran in, you knew that people were in trouble. There were days when he'd not jogging, but he wouldn't be at full speed. But he had such a quick arm and shoulder action that he got it down and through rapidly. But that particular day, you watched footage of him running in during that little spell, and he was charging in. And I can, we played on some hard, fast wickets, didn't we?
We did.
And I can remember you and Warren standing miles away when he was bowling.
Oh yeah, we were a good pitch length back, probably more.
More, I would say.
Yeah, 25 yards back.
Yeah, which was great. But,
I was hoping that Warren would dive in front of me.
He did a few times.
He did.
So, you know, to play with him and to play with Clive was great for all of us. You know, it was fantastic. But, you know, you say Clive became an adopted Lancastrian. Well, so did Waz.
He did.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And every time he comes back here, you know, it's a joy to see him. And he's so well loved.
I think we've been very fortunate in Lancashire that we've had Clive Farouk as well alongside Clive, who still lives down the road. Wasim, every one of the long-serving and some of the shorter-serving overseas players has always seemed to regard this as home.
Yeah. I mean, back early in my time, Stephen Jeffries.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Jeff, he was a great man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
And he only had a couple of years with us, didn't he?
He wasn't dissimilar to Waz when he got it right, was he? Left arm, swung it.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as wasn't quite as sharp, was he?
No.
And then you know, I guess the other standout during my period, he wasn't here that long, was Murali.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And did Murali play 2 or 3 years? and he was another great man, absolute cricket badger. Came to play for Lancashire and knew what all the county players were, how they played. Incredible the knowledge he had and what he was reading up on just county players. And his first 2 games, his first game for us was at Southport, and I think it was against Warwickshire. He got 16 wickets in the game and we lost. And then we had 2 days off, and the second game he got 14 wickets and we lost. So he'd got 30 wickets in 2 championship games, and the rest of us had done rock all.
It's interesting you say this. Lancashire was hugely successful from '88 till you finished 2002. Certainly in white ball or one-day cricket, as it was then. Why didn't we win the championship?
I don't know.
Because I mean, the size.
It wasn't. It actually wasn't for the lack of trying.
No.
It actually wasn't for the lack of trying. And we got close. You know, I think we were runners up 3 or 4 times, and never quite got over the line.
Well, yeah. I mean, you and I have probably puzzled over this for years. Not much point puzzling over it. We didn't get there.
No, it didn't happen.
We got close, and that was it. You also hold a record, couple of records actually. You've scored more runs on Old Trafford than any other cricketer. Do you know that?
I do know that.
Not first class, but because you've played so many one-day games.
No, I do know that. And it's a nice little.
Is it ever?
It's a nice
phenomenal.
little thing, yeah. But we played on some good wickets. We had the best groundsman in the world. In Peter Marin.
And you had a very good relationship and friendship with Pete, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You encouraged him, obviously, to make good flat batting pitches. I was looking at Glenn Chappell's record here, who played 20 years, obviously, and he was a fantastic bowler. And he averages 32 here.
Does he?
With the ball, which is high.
Yeah.
Everywhere else he's in the low 20s.
Yeah.
But they were phenomenal pitches, weren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, when Chappie started, 92? You know, that was in the midst of really good wickets. I mean, there were quick wickets, bouncy wickets, but there was no sideways movement.
No.
And once you'd got in, then it was great to play your shots. And I think that period was when we had those 2 different one-day teams. Or different teams, not one-day teams. So we had the team from, let's say, 88 when we won that Refuge Cup to 91.
Yeah.
And then we had a transition period. And then we came again in 95, 96, 97, 98. And then at the end of 98, Fred came along and was part of that 98 team. And then it went from there. So there were 2 distinct good periods during my time, and there was an overlap of 1 or 2 people.
Let's just move on slightly. And you've been involved in the game for 40 years, and you've just mentioned Fred, Andrew Flintoff, who you managed as well and played alongside. Who are the finest cricketers in that time, both when you were playing and subsequently, because you're fortunate enough to...
What, here? Or...?
No, I think generally. But we'll start with here. Who would you say, if you had to pick one player, and I'm not talking about an overseas player for here, a homegrown Lancashire player, who's the most influential, best player in that 40 years?
I think I have to mention 2 or 3, I think. I think Mike Atherton was a fantastic batsman. So was John Crawley. I thought John was an unbelievable player. So if there's 2 Lancastrian batsmen, I think they're the 2 that just stand out. Skill-wise, Glenn Chappell as a quick bowler. Not just because you sat here, as somebody that got absolutely the most out of their ability. gave everything that they could every day for the club. So I think you two, as bowlers, stand out. For longevity, Mike Watkinson played for 20 years as an all-rounder, and then latterly bowled some spin as well. So, you know, those are 5 names, and then you can't not mention Warren Hegg as well, who kept wicket for probably, I don't know, 16, 17 years for the club, and was one of the great Lancastrians.
Never saw him drop a catch.
Ever?
No, I didn't. But he must have dropped the odd one, but I never saw him. And we still keep producing players. I mean, as we're both well aware, there is a huge amount of talent around the northwest of England, and that we still produce right up to the present day. We now have Liam Livingstone and Saqib Mahmood and Matthew Parkinson. George Balderson is another one off. I won't call it a production line, but they're all destined, hopefully, to be top quality Lancashire players.
It shows that the club is set up reasonably well, doesn't it? And you know, I love coming down here now and watching these lads play, and I love 2020 cricket as well.
Yeah, I think you'd have been quite good at that, to be honest.
So I do love watching these lads play. 2020 cricket, just going back to that for a second, I remember there was an extraordinary AGM at Birmingham in, what year would that have been?
What, the PCA?
Yeah, and there was a vote on 2020 cricket, and every county cricketer in the country was in the room, and it was unbelievably split on would 2020 cricket work.
Well, it was treated as a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was early on.
It was just, nobody was really interested. Thought it'll be a bit of a passing fad, and now look at it, look where we are.
Well, it's brought the game on in many respects.
Yeah. Talking about bringing the game on, where do you see the game going? I mean, red ball cricket in terms of Test cricket seems to be becoming concentrated really between England, Australia, India, and that's about it. The other countries, New Zealand, obviously world Test champions, but they, you know, they're in the process of demolishing South Africa. But where do you see red ball and white ball cricket? Is white ball cricket preeminent now?
I would say white ball cricket has certainly drawn up level with Test cricket. And you know, we now have young pros who are being brought up on one-day cricket, really, aren't we? You know, back in our day, one-day cricket was very much underneath Championship cricket. Now it's certainly, I would say, drawn alongside, and if the governors of the game are not careful, it's going to take over completely.
You say that, and yet I remember our successes in one-day cricket and that instant hit of adrenaline and joy when you seem to outweigh the success and feelings that you had for red ball cricket.
Yeah, I mean, because we won, I think.
Yeah,
we won, and you're right. You know, sat in the changing room after we'd won a close one-day game. It was fantastic, wasn't it? And we'd all be sharing a beer and whatever else. I think the satisfaction of getting I'm only talking from batsman's perspective, the satisfaction of getting 100 in Championship cricket was also immense. But so was the satisfaction of being in at the end to see your team home in a one-day game. And clearly, the grounds were full in those days for one-day cricket as well, weren't they? So, you know, we were playing to big crowds, which always gets the adrenaline going as well. And we certainly enjoyed our successes, didn't we?
We did. You've had a hugely successful career both on and off the field. Do you have any regrets about your playing career? Would you? I would think you'd obviously want to have played more Test matches.
Yeah, there's probably not many people that don't have the odd regret, is there?
No.
There's not many, and clearly, I played, in my mind, only 10 Test matches, and would love to have done better, of course. But then you look at the whole thing and you think, when you were starting out, if you'd have played for 20 years and you'd have played 100 times for England, would you have been satisfied at the start? And of course the answer to that is yes. So I don't think there's much point regretting things. Much easier and happier to think back and look at the good things.
Neil, thanks very much for chatting to us, and wish you all the best in the coming years and your still long association with cricket.
Thank you.
Room.
How's that? How's that?
Oh.
How's that?
How's that?
But that was a sort of inside edge that skittled towards the boundary from the wide fine leg was able to run round and cut off 2.
Yes. Just for the record, all bowls take off his shirt.
Well, this is good news. The sight of the two umpires heading out to the middle, and as viewers on Lancs TV can see, play starting at 2 o'clock, so just a few moments away. The skies have improved a bit. The conditions have improved a bit. Thumbs up, yeah, thumbs up. Hello, yeah, thumbs up. The skies have improved a bit. It's dry. It's so cloudy overhead. But thumbs up.
Thumbs up. The light will be bad enough, and you can go off again in a minute, mate.
In a minute, the light's all right. We're going to play. We've got 59 overs.
Who's put
today.
the rain radar on already? Why are they trying to upset me?
You've got to keep across.
We haven't had any rain for about 3 hours, which, to be honest, in Manchester is a miracle, isn't it? And we still haven't played any cricket.
Well, we're underway now. We've got 59 overs.
We're not. They're not out there yet. The umpires haven't put the light meter on yet.
We've got 59 overs to be bowled today. I don't know when tea is. That'll be taken at some point. And Lancashire going to resume on 132 for 3.
Here, who's turned on the air conditioning? I put the shorts on again today.
Yeah,
You've gone for jeans.
Well, it's 'cause it's middle of winter, isn't it? We're playing cricket in the middle of winter. 132 for 3, with 59 overs remaining and Lancashire 62 behind. We could still yet, if we get these 60 overs in, Kevin, and a full day tomorrow, because I'll have a belting game of cricket, yeah?
I think there's a really good game of cricket to be had. It's just time, isn't it? I think if we were to say this was day 2 right now, I think all bets are off. You know, I think that this could go any way whatsoever. But the fall of the next 2 wickets is crucial. Middlesex need them quickly. They've got 2 spinners bowling well. It looks as though it's going to be Ethan Bamber to open up. Stephen Eskenazi's here. Esky watch. Where's Esky? Well, he's out there in the middle now. He's finally there. He doesn't bowl though, but I mean, that's going to be another part if there's time in it. Middlesex come out and bat again. Eskenazi, who's been dropped for the last 2 games, but called in as a concussion sub for Max Holden. What an opportunity for Eskenazi to go out there and right a few wrongs, and put to bed any selection issues going back to Lords next week. But first up, it's these next 2 wickets. They've got to come quickly for Middlesex. If they do. Then boy, oh boy, I think we're going to have a great time here for the next, whatever play we're allowed to have.
Yeah, Dane Vellas and Luke Wells are resuming, with Wells on 65, Vellas on 23. Ethan Bamber.
Hey, Vellas is still out there. We interviewed him last night.
We did.
I'd have kept him going longer if I'd known he was not out overnight. I would have knackered him.
Kept him going all night. I think he was long enough.
To be fair, Sam Robson did do night 1 and he was not out overnight as well, wasn't he?
So Bamber it will be from the state of the men, and it's Kevin to talk you through it.
He's around the wicket with 2 slips, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and he's full outside the off-stump, Bamber. And it's left alone by Wells, through to the keeper, and there is no run. There is cricket. Hooray. Well, goodness me, we wait long enough for it. Either at the ground or at home waiting for the next game to come around, but finally we've got some cricket. Again here at Old Trafford. Let's hope the weather gods are kind, because it really feels as though this is a good one. Bubbling along. Here's Bamber. Nothing bubbling about Bamber. He's briskly in bowls, and forward goes Wells, pushing back into the offside. It's fielded at mid-off. There's no run. So 2 slips. Eskenazi not one of them, which is interesting. It looks like it's Higgins at slip and Robson's at second. Eskenazi's at backward point. That makes a bit of a change around. Higgins is usually the slip fielder when the spinner is on, but Eskenazi is slipped to the seamers usually. But maybe it's because that's the way it's been in this game so far. They're sticking to it. Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Wells, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Stephen Eskenazi has just arrived here from West London, and he's immediately got his hands to his mouth, blowing warm air into his hands, cold with his long sleeve on. It's not that cold. I mean, it's cold up here because Scott's got the aircon on like a madman. No thought for the planet at all. He's off to do an update. Kevin Howsby with us soon as well. But at the moment, it's all eyes on Ethan Bamber. Into the crease, he bowls, just full of length. This is driven back to mid-off. Wells 65, Villas 23, 1-3-2 for 3 in the 43rds. Oh, somebody's appeared from a balcony in the top tier of the Red Hotel opposite us. I think there's one on the lower. What would that be? That's the 2nd floor. There's a couple. They look like they're in sports gear actually, like they're playing staffs squad. Sat on the second tier there, having a little meeting, coffee, out the balcony. That'd be nice. Here's Bamba bowls outside of the off stump, through to the keeper. It's left alone. Oh, they're all slowly coming out now. There's doors opening on the far side of the hotel. They're obviously only just getting into position. Either that or they're testing the temperature. Maybe they've come dressed like me in shorts and T-shirt and they're thinking, oh, a bit cold to sit on that balcony and watch cricket. Kevin Howes was thinking about shorts today as well. Shorts and a T-shirt. He's wrapped up actually next door. He's got a fleece on. Not the green fleece of Kevin Howes fame, but a fleece. As in comes Bamba bowls. This is eased to backward point, and a dot ball it is once more. 132 for 3. Yes, the top tier has one gentleman out. He's gone back in now. See, it must be cold. That's the 5th floor, isn't it? The 4th has one door open, and there we go. One's come out on the 3rd floor now. So, oh no, gone back in. It is. It's too cold. Why have you got the aircon on?
I haven't got the aircon on.
What's this freezing cold
It's
that's
a
coming
draft
into my
that's
legs?
coming up from the hole in the ground.
Can we fill in the hole?
If you can find something to fill it.
I'll put my bag over it. Look at that. I fall down holes like that. I fell down the hole like that on Middlesex TV. Am I allowed to mention Middlesex TV on Lancashire TV?
You're fine to mention
as a
that.
BBC employee. Other streams are available.
all the streams are available.
Some just not as good.
Yeah, I don't think the air conditioning. Yeah, you just had the draft coming up. That was all it was. The draft coming up.
No one likes a draft up their trouser leg, do they?
No, it's the worst possible thing, isn't it?
Now it's going to be Giant Yadav from the pavilion ends.
I thought they might start with spin from one of the ends. It was spin that kind of got the game.
Well, this was Bamba's end,
up.
which has just made me pause for a moment. He did finish up here yesterday, didn't he?
There's Yadav bowling to Villas, is off the front foot and pushed away into the offside. Through they go for a single. Yeah, Yadav had a spell from this end and that end. I think De Carey's did, didn't they? I think they both had a bit of a spell from both ends yesterday. Both bowled well. The game kind of burst into life when the spinners got involved yesterday. There's three quick wickets.
Well, that's the excitement, and especially now with Wells, the left-hander on strike. I saw him this morning, Luke. He had a cap on, and he said, "Hey, Kev, how are you? I told you to stint with us down at when in his Sussex time." I kind of looked around and, "Hello, mate, how are you?" Couldn't definitely tell who it was, and then as he walked away, I was like, "I think it was Luke Wells," but I didn't give him as big a hello as I should have.
Well, he's waiting for Yadav, and that's just eased away down towards fine leg, of which there is no fielder in that position, and it's tickling into the rope for 4 runs. It's nicely worked by Wells. Eased away down towards a fine leg boundary for 4, so 137 for 3 now. There's Lancashire trying to chip away at that deficit. 57 behind, 194. Middlesex all out in their first innings. 80 without loss Lancashire were with Wells and Jennings batting, and then Josh De Carey's to begin with, followed by Yadav. Spin from both ends, and things started to happen yesterday. It looked pretty tricky out there to bat. It's just nudged out into the onside by Luke Wells. And there is no run. We've got a forward short leg and a slip. There's a deep extra cover and a deep backward square leg. Backward point, short cover, mid wicket, mid on and mid off. Little dance down the pitch by Wells. And that's nudged away into the onside. And there is no run. So 137 for 3. It's on 69 not out. Floodlights are on. It's Yadav now around the wicket to Wells. And that's just pushed away to mid on. And again there is no run. So yeah, 59 overs to be bowled. I do have some details about the tea time as well. Let's have a look at this.
Cake, flapjack or biscuit?
Well, you've already had some cake, I notice. Good.
How very rude of you.
Chocolate or...
Should sit up straight.
Chocolate, so you're scoffing it. Chocolate cake it looked like.
Ginger
cake, oh right. Okay.
Ginger
cake, right. By the time I got to the tin, it was all gone. Just thought I'd let you know. Yadav to Wells, on the front foot, dropped into the offside, no run.
Well, that's not true, because I went after you and had some more. You're just fussy, you didn't have a big wedge. I had a nice little edge that was still left in there.
It's just crumbs. 2 sessions of 1 hour and 50 minutes. Tea is at 10 to 4. And close of play 6 p.m. So 59 overs, 2 sessions of 1 hour and 50 minutes. Tea at 10 to 4.
What time are we coming off for bad light?
Closer plays at 6 p.m.
About 2:30. Oh, honestly, cricket. September. Umpires. We're right in the middle of that. There was one patch today where we were going to have a chance, and it is around now, but the issue is it hasn't rained for a long while. I mean, fair play if they say out there was a particular damp patch, but I can't imagine this is much different to what it was a couple of hours ago. Rain all night in Manchester. It did feel, and it's not just me being grumpy as usual about there not being enough cricket. There was quite a few that rumbled. It did feel quite like it took far too long for play to start today. This time of year as well, so important. I mean, it should be really important whether it's first game of the season or last, you know, to get out there and make sure. But we always say cricket needs to do itself a few more favours. It felt like we've lost at least what could have been an hour of play to this point. As here's Bamber, 2 slips, 2 mid-wickets, not particularly close, but a couple of them in there. As here's Bamber in, bowls, and forward goes Villas, easing away into the offside. Oh, he's going to take a single. It's fine of Roland Jones. Oh, Roland Jones hasn't entered that bracket, has he? Afternoon, Corey Collywood. He knows where I'm going with this one. Was used to say there's a who's at mid-off? Murtagh, Collymore. So what's the call? Yes, no, Murtagh. Is he in that frame now? Yes, no, Roland Jones. Just stroll through gently for a single. Bamber, little skip. Bowls, and this ball's pushed back to mid-on. Roland Jones runs in and collects. He's got a long old sleeve on as well, hasn't he? He's got his big jumper on. Is it cold out there?
Well, you've got your shorts on. So
I know, shorts. I've you know, I honestly didn't think we'd see a ball bowl today. I've turned up in my vest again. This is a vest.
I'd expect nothing less.
Casual approach. It's like I'm on holiday in Blackpool, isn't it? Vest and shorts. You got a handkerchief I could borrow, Kevin House. This is just full of length to Villas and pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. We were up there, weren't we? What's around the corner? It's Southport, isn't it? And in the hotel you look up and you can see Blackpool in the distance. I know we had a one-day game at Blackpool as well, didn't we? A few years ago. I think that was a heavily rain-affected game.
I think it was, yeah.
You've been to Blackpool this year, haven't you?
4-day game in Blackpool this year.
Who was it against?
It was against Essex. It was the first 4-day match in Blackpool since 2011. So
goodness me. Essex on tour in Blackpool,
yes.
Where's a thought?
Well, Essex won, they were quite happy.
I'm thinking of the commentary team. Here's Bamber, bowls a bouncer outside of the off stump and through to the keeper it goes. I've just had a great few days with Dick Davies, and I'm done with it's Dick Davis, not Davies, but Middlesex have Davies, spelt Davies. Dick Davis is spelt Davies, but he's Dick Davis. So all those years, no problem calling him Dick Davis, but Jack Davies of Middlesex has thrown me now. Paul Newton as well. Paul would love a trip to Blackpool, but Don Topley in Blackpool. Top of the tower.
Thankfully,
with toppers. Top of the tower with toppers.
It didn't happen, that, thankfully.
Bamber in, bowls, and this is inside edged onto the pads, rolls away into the offside. You couldn't think of a better commentary lot to send to Blackpool, could you, in the Essex lot? To Kent playing Margate. Essex on tour in Margate would be a sight as well, wouldn't it? That was the old Only Fools and Horses, wasn't it? Jolly Boys outing.
Yeah, it was, yeah. When the coach broke down.
Yeah. Emerson and Bracegirdle, they'd be the Jolly Boys we could send to Margate, couldn't we? Jolly Boys outing down there. Here's Bamber. Much talk of Mr. Bracegirdle at the moment and his Notts team getting dragged into a relegation scrap. As Bamber comes in, bowls, just full of length, and this is pushed away into the offside by Wells. And a dot ball, 138 for 3, end of the 45th. Kevin Houser's asleep already, so he must be doing something right. Either it's our soothing tones or he's dozed off next to us. Does he know you and I have been sending pictures to each other for the last week of Kevin House sleeping? Some of them have even been at the cricket ground, not only in his bedroom. Everything about that sounds so wrong. Fortunately, it's your end, Scott. 138 for 3.
Velas on 20-25. Yeah, the Notts match at Canterbury. And Jadaf is over the wicket and bowls. Velas off the back foot, and that's worked into the onside, deflecting off short leg, which is Sam Robson. And there's no run. Notts are following on in their game against Kent, albeit they're off for rain at the minute. 58 for 1 Notts, following on in their second innings, still trailed by 123. He had off over the wicket. Velas attempts to sweep. Smart work with the gloves by Simpson to take the ball and flick off the bails all in one motion. And pops them back onto the stumps to save the umpire, who's at point coming up to do that job. There's a slip and a short leg. Crouching down, Velas taps his bat. 25 to Velas. Yadav in and bowls. And off the back foot, Velas goes and pushed away to the offside. And through he goes for a single. Moves on to 26, 139 for 3.
Look at how happy he is next to us. He's giggling away over there. He's delighted with himself.
What's he done?
Well, I've just looked at my phone and everything I've just said. He sent me on WhatsApp a video of me 20 minutes ago that I haven't known. I haven't opened it yet. I don't know where this else is being sent, but...
Yeah, after Wells, forward in defence. There's no run.
Behind the scenes following Kevin Hand from BBC London.
Oh yeah, I got that.
It's
one.
28 seconds long as well. What am I doing in it?
Well, I think that's probably the key. That's the key thing. You're not doing a lot.
Let's have a look. Behind the scenes following Kevin Hand from BBC. Into the room.
Yadav to Wells, forward again. Defended away into extra cover, no run. Just a single so far off the over, which was the one taken by Velas.
You've got to find me at the end of the video with my feet up on the table somewhere, surely. He's gone into the commentary booth that I have here and it's empty, the desk. Not even a bag on the table.
Yadav to Wells, goes back. Punched into the offside. They might take a single here, they do. Partially stopped at extra cover and they're out. Get through for ones. It means that Wells could keep the strike. He moves on to 70. It's the end of the over. 140 for 3. And the deficit is 54.
Not even a bag on the table, let alone a broadcasting kit. Hey, there was a cup of coffee on that table earlier that I brought up for you two. Spilt half of it down my arm as well on the way. Oh, it was a nightmare. I got all the way up to the top floor and then spilt half the coffee down my arm and bought you boys some coffee.
I know, the key thing is you didn't mention it too often.
Shall I take listeners through the whole escapade? Here's Bamba around the wicket. 2 slips in play. Simpson standing up. Helmet on. Wells on 70. The Robson roll being played by Luke Wells as Bamba's in. Bowls and thick edge runs all along the floor to Gully and Stephen Eskenazi. We talked about 2 wickets. 2 wickets. I suppose that's what they are. Quick wickets. 2 quick wickets for Middlesex. They really can't come quickly enough. What have they added? 8 to the overnight total so far. That means they trail by just 54 if my maths is correct. Oh, look at that. 44 years. Finally starting to get addition and subtraction. Can't say them, but it's a full ball to Wells, pushed back into the offside.
Clues on the screen as well.
When you were sat in front of it, I couldn't see. You were leaning over. I keep thinking that when I'm on Lancashire TV with a big camera. If I sit far forward enough, they can't see you, can they?
It's probably for the best. That's why I sit in that seat.
This is where you sit when DT's here. Save the listeners, the viewers. Our good mate David Townsend, I wonder where he is today. He'll be tuned in, surely, watch him. Learn a few things. Bamba. Bowls, and this is eased away into the offside. Quick single taken. Just fine of Stoneman. There's no one. I got a phone call from him last night. Guess what his thoughts were on the toss last night and who he thought was going to win.
They changed from...
Funnily enough, yeah. Always backs the line, doesn't he, DT? Back whoever's winning. He's giving Middlesex no chance of turning this around whatsoever. Lancashire are miles ahead. 53 runs. I reckon Middlesex have probably got about 80 more runs to play with from here, i.e. a lead of 30 going into the final innings. Anything more than that, Middlesex's batting woes this year, they're going to really have their work cut out to post anything realistically to defend in that final innings. Bamba to Villas, which feels like the first time in a while. 2 slips and a gully. His right arm over to the right-hander. Bowls now and just full of a length. This is pushed back. And there's no run. 141 for 3. Did you hear Kevin Howes announce downstairs to Paul Edwards that it's end of season fair now?
I didn't hear this.
Yeah. We can really let ourselves go today. End of season fair now.
2 games left after this.
I know, I was surprised.
Too early for that.
Howes rarely lets the leash off until probably the last hour of final day of the final game of the season. End of season fair now. Oh, what's up? Another stoppage. Come on. It's the ball. They're putting it through the set of handcuffs. Toby Rowland-Jones is smiling, so that's a start. The umpire's not. Umpire Milnes isn't impressed at all by this attempt, is he? Oh, it's Malander. My apologies. Oh, no, it won't go through. There you go. New ball, please. Another delay. Oh, dearie me. We've only waited 3 hours for the for the play to begin. Another stoppage. Here comes, I think, young Dan O'Driscoll with a box of balls. Howes is loitering. What time's the first commentary change? Is it 20 past, and is it me? I don't want to get a reputation here now, especially after yesterday. Overshot my commentary stint by an entire commentary stint.
You're about to leave when you're due back on, yeah.
Well, it was a good story, though, wasn't it?
It was a good story.
They're
always good stories.
Can't remember which one it was.
It's the same one as the previous story.
I feel like we've got plenty of stories in us as well today, but we've done so many already off air. Save it for on air. Save it for on air. What was the answer on the rota? Because by the end of this over, it's probably going to be well into someone else.
I've not done one.
Yeah, I heard something about either half past or 20 past. What did you settle on?
20 past.
20 past is the change. And does it need to be ye or me? Because you'll have to do this around your updates.
Yeah, you go at 20 past. I'll stay on. They've identified the appropriate ball.
Oh, we're about to have a fire alarm test. Something was going off there, buzzing away like it was about to blare into life. Now they're working on the new ball that they finally found. Come on now. Rowland-Jones giving it a real good hard shine. How many overs into this innings are we now? 47th over of the innings, so 30 to a second new ball as Bamber comes in, bowls to Dane Villas, and this ball gets a thick inside edge, rolls down the pad into the offside, and there's no run. Bamber, Mr. Reliable, Mr. Economical. 13 runs conceded in 12.5 overs. Not a bad fella. Usually it's the spinner holding up an end, isn't it? Can he get through some quick, cheap, economical overs? Let the quicks do their job at the other end. Bamber does that for the spinners. He's in now, bowls, last ball of the over. It's right up there and a little bit inside out on that one. Villas deflects away into the covers. A tumbling Eskenazi collects the ball. It's the end of the 47th. It's 141 for 3. Wells has 71. Villas has 26. And after a few words from Scott Reed, it'll be Kevin Howes.
Yeah, they're the bowlers that have been used for Middlesex. 13 overs now for Bamber for just 13 runs. Wicket takers Yadav and De Carey's. Not seen De Carey's yet. Yadav, the preferred spinner at the moment for Middlesex. 1 for 45 for Yadav. Here's the scene from Emirates Old Trafford. Thick cloud cover above us, floodlights on. But we do have play. 54 overs left. And here's Yadav bouncing in. Oh, that's muscled out through the onside by Luke Wells. Up towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. And the umpire's just waiting to confirm whether that's cleared the rope or bounced over the rope. Kind of half in position to signal a 6, and then up go the arms. That is 6 for Wells. A big hit out towards deep mid-wicket boundary. Watch how far back he gets in his crease. Shuffled it high out towards the leg side. The score moves on to 147 for 3, and that is a 50 partnership as well. 51 from 116 deliveries. These two have added for Lancashire after that little hat-trick of wickets in the middle of yesterday.
Oh, I'll do it in a minute. Calm down there. Calm down on the right-hand side.
Here's Yadav to Wells. And that's pushed away into the onside. There is no run.
Hans getting excited because the Cricketer are reporting that Richard Gould, who's the chief executive of the ECB, wants to replace the 100 with a new 39 teams T20 tournament involving the grounds of all first class and national counties.
Single taken down towards fine leg by Luke Wells. He moves on to 78, 148 for 3.
Now I imagine the real interest will be in the detail of that.
Always is.
Because I'm not too sure that I can think of too many TV executives that I know of who are quite heavily involved with all this, of course.
Yadaf is in to Villas, who's playing that late. He's hopping right back into the crease. He's coming off a inner half of the bat, and it's somehow, fortunately for Dane Villas and frustratingly for Middlesex, not ricocheted back onto his stumps.
Can't imagine, you know, too many of them getting excited about turning up for Cumbria versus Shropshire at Keswick in May. But, you know, I might be wrong.
It's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 for Villas. It's a lovely back foot shot. Late cut down towards deep backward point. And brings up the Lancashire 150, that. Sliced away off the back foot. 152 for 3.
So that's a cricketer story. If you want to find out more about that, although I'm sure it'll be much talked about. The real sort of, I suppose, the nugget there really is this idea of there being a reconnection within the domestic game.
Yadaf to Villas, swept. And there's more runs for him. Down towards the deep backward square leg boundary. Good start by Josh Takaris. Villas hustles back for a couple to complete the over. 32 to Villas, 154 for 3. So end of the over.
Well, yeah, we need to look at
it again, really.
But so as I say, the one thing that we do know is that one of the major criticisms of the 100 was that that either deliberately, and I believe there were one or two individuals who deliberately wanted there to be a real disconnect between anything that existed previously to the 100 domestically and the new. This sort of connects it all together again. It means that, you know, counties will now feel involved. They signed the game away. Well, basically, the way it looks at the moment is they signed August away, didn't? You know. Anyway, so that's it'll all come out in the wash. Anyway, meantime. Next ball, LBW appeal, looking to umpire Mallinden, not out. Ethan Bamber, oh, he's got a few layers on all of a sudden, hasn't he? The umpire there, old Neil. Leslie Old, if you don't mind, quite right. 154 for 3. Bonnie to Wells, 78. But this was always likely to be because Richard Gould and Richard Thompson, who's the chair, were pretty much against the 100 when they were at Surrey together as a pair. They've now said they've warmed to the 100 as a competition and whatever, but clearly they're trying to find a way forward. Meantime, back to this, and this is Bamber going to bowl to Wells, and that one's pulled away, falls to the bowler, to the ground. The ball eventually runs to the ground as well, out to the fielder at fine leg, and there will be a single or two to the score there. Just the single, I think, 155 for 3. Yeah, just the one. But that's going to have everybody a buzz. Full of excitement. The issue is, though, I don't know if anybody's seen the calendar for next year and the schedule for next year.
No.
Well, I don't know what your favourite nighttime drink is, but I think Horlicks comes to mind as being mine. When you take a look at that, oh God, I know we've not got to the end of this season yet, but I can't wait for the end of next, because it looks an absolute pig's ear of a schedule. I mean, we've got an ICC tournament in the middle of it, which doesn't help, of course, being held in West Indies and America. That sort of takes away, and the 100, of course, kicks everything into the long grass for August and everything. But anyway, we'll still have something to enjoy. Bamber in bowls and driven to mid-off, and no run, 155 for 3 at mid. I'm not too sure what we're going to see here this afternoon, Scott, whether it's going to enlighten us too much. What's just this deficit? 39 runs. I'm with those that really do fear a little bit again for Middlesex. There seemed a little period yesterday where things to improve for Middlesex. It looks like maybe they got nowhere a grip on the game, but Bamber bowls, and that's into the pads, just flies up high onto the onside. It was nowhere a grip, but they were fighting. There was a bit of a wrestle going on here. I'm not so sure how much of a wrestle there is, but obviously plenty of effort from Middlesex in the field and from their bowlers trying to make something happen. A couple of quick wickets could make it all very interesting again. But if we're taking a look at in the context of the relegation story here, Middlesex, I think, really needs something to happen very, very quickly, even here now. Although we've still got another 2 rounds after this, and we'll keep an eye on what's going on for Nottinghamshire. But out for rain, I believe, at Canterbury at the moment. Nottinghamshire away to Kent. Bamber bowls again, full and driven. Does he find a gap there? Yes, he does. Beats the fielder. Tumbling, attempted to stop, I think, from Roland Jones out here. Mid-on. And 4 more runs. Villas, beautiful shot. Lovely shape on that. You can see that on the replay. He just takes a look at that as well, as if to say, I'm quite pleased with that shot. Takes the score to 159 for 3, and Villas to 36, not out now, trailed by 35 runs. So Bamber's gone for 18 runs. 18 runs from nearly 14 overs. That's terrific economy, of course, but he needs wickets. His team need wickets. Push square, the offside, no run. Does that complete the over? Yes, it does. 159 for 3, trailed by 35 runs. 52 overs minimum today, but I think tea will be on time. I don't think it will be overs for tea, and then we'll try and get in whatever we can after that. I think we get to tea without any interruptions for light and everything. We're quite lucky, and certainly afterwards. 10 to 4.
10 to 4
for tea.
Yep.
So we wait and see. But yeah, it's match delay because of rain at Canterbury as well. So Nottinghamshire 58 for 1, still trailed by 123 runs in that game. And there, what else we got to tell you about? Not a lot, because there's a fair amount of rain around. Oh, Leicestershire, they're not having a great time of it in the lead to the One Day Cup final. 49 for 2. Require another 450 if they were to win that one. Got a whole day to go again tomorrow there.
Let's work back towards Yadaf by Wells. A couple of fielders around the bat. 1 for 58 for Yadaf. Be a couple here for him. Oh, just a single, actually, scooped up by De Carries, who comes up quickly from the boundary. Takes his total on to 70. On to 80 now. Luke Wells enjoying another excellent season for Lancashire. Successful opening partnership with Keaton Jennings. Played late by Villas. 161 for 3.
Don't want people to get overly excited, but I see they're playing at Bristol.
Excellent.
Derbyshire 322 for 7, trailed Gloucestershire by 55 runs. Umpires walking on and off fields everywhere, checking the weather.
Let's try some catch as he goes back to cut the ball. Picked up by Bamber, just backward of point. No run.
There's a fair amount of big blobs of blue on the old radar forecast there. Including on poor old Isle of Man. The entirety of the Isle of Man has been rained upon right now.
It's no good. Stride forward by Wells, but can't get it past extra cover.
Is that tax-free shopping in the Isle of Man?
I don't know. I've never been to the Isle of Man.
I don't think it is. I was just thinking about my pre-Christmas trip again.
Oh, well, that sounds quite exciting. Defender, no ball, signalled by the umpire. Yadaf just overstepping.
I tried it at Boundary Mills in Cole and that didn't work.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised. Yadaf to Wells.
Oh,
another no ball. Yadaf spins round and said, what on earth's going on?
He did. Well, I'm not surprised. What's going off there, he's thinking. His captain will be thinking the same as well.
165 for 3. Can he try and complete the over third time? He does. Wells remains on 80.
He had a bit of a tentative look around, didn't he?
Did a bit, yeah.
At Umpire Mills.
Double checking again.
I noticed you got rid of your shorts back in your long leg trousers.
Well, the first day was, to me, was nice short weather.
Yeah.
But yesterday and today, no. It's cloudy and rainy. It's a bit chilly.
Well, I'm pleased for you, because I mean that shows a little sense of maturity on your part.
Thank you.
That's for him over there.
Well, he's barely got dressed, has he, really?
This is the trouble when he stays so close to the cricket ground. He still thinks he's in his room at the moment now. Yeah, he sent me a rather dubious message this morning saying, "Hi, I can see you from my bedroom window," he said. It's not what I wanted to read, really, to be honest.
It's not ideal.
165 for 3. In past the umpire now, in bowls and into the offside. Didn't know a great deal about it, I don't think, Villas, but enough to go through for a single. He'll move to 38. Take the score up to 166 for 3. So edging ever closer to parity on this first innings. And then, from the tactics, we don't know. I mean, from what's Lancashire's game here as well, Scott? To finish as high as they can in the table, of course. To see this as an opportunity. I don't know what the forecast is like for tomorrow. Is it that much better? Have we got enough cricket anyway to get a positive result out of this? Bamber around the wicket in bowls and defensive from Wells. Back up to Bamber, no run.
No, I've not looked at tomorrow's forecast.
I've sort of given up.
Yeah, well, I have a little bit. Yeah, it's been.
I sort of did that really to be in the middle of April. I only needed them to get it wrong once, so I'm full of enthusiasm. 100% support for the weather forecast on April the 1st or April the 8th.
Yes.
That's when we started, April the 8th. It needs only one day for them to get it wrong, and I'm through with
done
them.
with it.
Yeah, to the next season. Bamber again bustles in, goes back this time. I think he showed us his pants there. Did Wells? I mean, the shirt comes up, and I think it might be navy blue today. But at least he's not doing a de Grant home. Every time he threw himself out there, his trousers all came down.
Yeah, they did. His trousers were down more than they were up.
Not what you want to see on a cricket field.
Not ideal.
And he is dressing himself again. Well, is that Phyllis or
well, that's Dane doing a bit of pulling his trousers up there.
Oh, it was the other fellow who showed us his pants. Bamber bowls off. That's clipped away very nicely, and it's going to get the better of the fielder, I think, out there. Yes, it does. Over the boundary rope, it's 4 more runs. Threw himself at it. Couldn't quite get to it there in the deep. Clipped away very nicely. 4 more for Lancashire. Won't necessarily hear too great a response from the crowd, because there isn't really much of a crowd in today, and I don't blame them. There could be people obviously watching the stream listening online. And you're in the right place if you kept yourself nice and warm on the sofa today. Sensible. Put the kettle on for us, will you? Rich tea for me, if that's okay. Just nice. a couple of rich tea for this afternoon. That'd be quite nice.
It's not a good dunker of that, is it?
Well, 170 for 3. Again punched, but for no run. There's no run to be had here. Alan Jones swiftly to his right-hand side. Well, it depends really. Subtly, yeah, I think so.
You think so?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
If you time it right.
And just not even half. Just a third of the biscuit in, out.
Yeah.
And then if you've got it just right, the taste of the rich tea and either the coffee or tea actually is better.
Okay.
It's a thing of beauty. So I wish I was there on the sofa with you today. As Bamber comes round the wicket, in and driven again to mid-on. No run. 170 for 3. Wells on 84. Venas on 38. And now trailing by only 24 runs. There were 5 coming from that over. So Bamber's now bowled 15 overs. Gone for 23. Oh, hey, up. I see you. Do you see me? I see you. He's frozen there. He's so cold. He's had to take his specs off. I think they're just those, if you don't mind me saying so, those cheap reading glasses you can pick up from a stationery. They're not the proper thing. Well, what's he fixed on there? I tell you what, I'd like to see what he's looking at. He's not moved.
Quite keen on something.
Yeah. Oh, he spotted it as well. Look out.
They're big ones.
Never mind big ones. I tell you, they're 1,898. Those. Hey, I saw those on Antiques Roadshow only the other week. He can't quite believe it. This is what I like when you get the old bins out, and you can't quite believe what you're seeing. So actually, you drop the bins and have a look with your eyes anyway. What is it they're looking at?
I don't know.
Well, neither do I.
He's not in the hotel rooms.
Well, maybe it's Kevin Hand going back to his room again. That would be the biggest for you.
He's not here, is he?
Look out. Change of bowling here. Sort of made a little bit happen yesterday, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Dakaris. Oh, he's throwing his arms around as well. A little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. Oh, a little shimmy with the shoulders as well.
They need a bit of something to happen here, Middlesex,
Oh,
don't they?
we all do.
Here comes Josh Dakaris replacing Yaraf. And Velas punches this ball out through mid-wicket. 4 runs for Velas. He moves on to 42. And a bit of a help yourself delivery, really. First up from Dakaris to 174 for 3. Edging near to parity, Lancashire, just 20 runs behind. Problems mount for Middlesex. Lancashire get themselves in front, pushing the game away from Middlesex. Dakaris in, short, and 4 more. Not quite got the fingers warmed up, perhaps. Josh Dakaris here. First 2 deliveries haven't gone to plan, and Velas hasn't missed out on either.
Well, you're right about it. It's definitely much cooler today, and it's a bit blustery out there as well, isn't it? It's all changed a bit.
Sam Robson at short leg. I think the look on his face told the picture there. I don't think it was the cold he was concerned about, even though it is chilly.
How close that came to him.
I think it was how close that came to him, yeah.
Get out of the way. Well, I think I gave a...
You think you did?
Yeah.
He's got a funny-looking helmet on, hasn't
Oh,
he,
no,
Sam
Kev will tell you all about it.
Oh, right, okay.
It's about keeping the strap from dangling under. He doesn't like it dangling under his chin, so it's all up on top of the helmet.
They're like plasters, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, they are,
okay.
yeah.
They are plasters, right?
I think so, yeah.
And he's back down there in the firing line again, but not for this occasion. Better come back by Dakaris, and Velas eases the ball back towards Middlesex spinner. 2 for 35. 2 quick wickets yesterday. It did really spark Middlesex into life after a solid start by Wells and Jennings. Take a single down towards 3rd man here, Dane Velas. They might even hurry back for 2. They do. And Velas moves on to 48. And the score to 180 for 3. Of course, it's the final season for Dane Velas.
It is, yeah.
With Lancashire, after 7 seasons at the club and 4 as captain.
I mean, big years, influential years.
Oh, yeah, seriously good player for Lancs. And he's looking for a 50 here. Right at the back end of his time with the club. Pushed up towards mid-off. Moves on to 49. 181 for 3.
I don't know, I get the impression he's playing with a freedom today that he didn't necessarily have yesterday. I'm just guessing that freedom is basically because he knows he hasn't got to be interviewed by you again. Done and dusted now, got rid of him.
If he gets to 3 figures, hope you come again, Dave. Dakaris into to Wells. And that's a play back to Josh Dakaris. Off his own bowling, and there's no run. So a couple of 4s off that off his first 2 deliveries of the day. He's come back nicely, Josh Dakaris. 181 for 3. He's a 13 behind now. 52 overs gone.
I mean, we came off a bad light. What was it, about 5:30? By the time Reid had finished with Velas and a very lengthy interview, I think it was 9 o'clock at night by the time eventually they got out of the ground. I was standing outside myself thinking, well, I'll say cheerio to Scott. I gave up
You
after
gave up,
a
didn't
couple
you?
of hours, yeah.
Well, I think
That's a lot of questions you had for him.
Well, time's running out for me. You know, you gotta get to the beating heart of these issues.
Did you make him cry?
I hope not. No, I don't think so.
That's what you're supposed to do when they're packing in. You're
No, you
supposed to get all emotional and thanking all their family and friends and people who meant a lot to them.
Yeah.
Maybe even you.
No,
your coverage.
I don't think so.
No, so you didn't cry.
No.
Oh well, you tried. So spin. This end. This little change here as well. Maybe because of the nobles, I don't know. But anyway, Yadav is having to go from the stay them end now, and that one is just pushed away by Villas. Sits there on 49 not out. Lancashire 181 for 3, and Yadav in again in and bowls. And this is sort of top edge. It's going to bring up the 50. They'll run through for 1. They'll think of that 1, but it's enough to bring up the half century. Yes, it is. And enough applause, as I say, from a small crowd, but it's a shame he hasn't got bigger numbers in, actually, as he moves to 50. Maybe he will go on to get those 3 figures, who knows, but, well, that's the last milestone. What we'll see from Villas with the bat, I don't know, but well done. Villas is 50 off 72 balls, 7 fours out there for 99 minutes for his half century, battling away for Lancashire. But he gets the 50 there, 182 for 3. And up around the wicket again, this time to Wells. Big Luke Wells gets down to that, pushes back up to the bowler. No run. Do you have any reflections upon Villas and his time here? You might just share with us in a moment as we see Yadav around the wicket, and again plenty of baton defensively from Wells. Back up to Yadav, because for me, obviously a quality cricketer, you know, terrific cricket, but it seemed his personality, his character, I mean, very driven at times. He, you know, how far did he push it as Yadav come down the pitch? That's driven hard and firm and straight. That's going to be 4 runs. Use of the feet there from Wells, finds the boundary, straight back along the ground past the bowler. Well, he certainly, his eyes lit up on that one. I mean, we talk about the no ball situation here for Yadav. I mean, he does come in on quite a number of paces, doesn't he? It's not as if he just trickles in from a few yards for these deliveries. It's not quite in Luke Wood territory, of course, about half of that, but in again, goes back to it this time and worked away to the onside and no run. 186 for 3, Wells on 88, Villas on 50. Trailed by only 8 runs. Gosh, that's turned around quite quickly, hasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to be silly or, you know, over the top here, but you know, your time at Lancashire has pretty much been Villas's time as well, hasn't it? In some ways, I'm not asking if you two are going to stand down, obviously. At this stage.
I think when Dane announced his retirement, I thought
maybe my time's up.
Yeah, maybe it's a perfect time to call it quits myself.
But he's a character. I mean, you know, I think he's kept the umpires on their toes a bit out there as well, hasn't he? From time to time, you know, really. One is heart on his sleeve, so to speak, for Lancashire.
Yeah. I think the 4 years as captain, he's been an outstanding skipper for the club. Yeah. It's worked up to mid-on, but for no run this time by Villas. 7 outstanding years as a player, 4 of which as a captain. Twice runners-up in the Championship, 3 T20 Finals Day appearances. I'll take a single out towards point. 187 for 3. I think his style of captaincy, and I think you alluded to it there, Kevin. The way he has brought everybody with him for those 4 years. Everyone's followed Dane. He kind of almost drags the whole team with him, and I think probably the disappointment. It's picked out extra cover there. Wells, no run. Is that he just didn't able to those 4 years as skipper. It came so close. It was there's an element of it being an almost period. You know, the runners up twice, 3 T20 Finals days, almost producing silverware. He's going for a big shot here, clearing extra cover, Wells. And he'll just settle for a single. 188 for 3, but I think he's probably harsh to judge. I don't think he's unfair to judge that period entirely on whether or not he won a trophy, because they consistently played up very, very good cricket and came very close to winning all 3 competitions while he was captain. But I think the style of his captaincy, the manner, the way he played, the way he represented the club as he sweeps out towards deep mid-wicket. It sweeps for 6. It's a big shot by Villas. Sam Robson ducking out the way. Villas watching it all the way to the boundary. 194 for 3. Villas to 57. Yeah, I think the way he represented the club as captain on and off the field, and the way he got everybody on board, and the fact that never once did his form drop. If anything, it got better. Says enough about him as a player and a person.
I mean, I just get the impression, you know, one of the things that surely he's leaving at is he's left the club in a good place. I mean, obviously he hasn't been captain for just 1 year now.
Yeah, he stood down in the winter.
But he took them forward, and now it's for Keaton and the others in a year where maybe it hasn't quite gone as they would have quite liked this year, I'm sure. But it's for them to try and build on that and just take it that little bit further. But he took them in the right direction, and by some distance in the right direction.
Yeah, brought them back up from Division 2, of course. The captain when they were in Division 2, won the Division 2 title to get them back into the top division, and I suppose it was the 2021 season, wasn't it, when they beat Hampshire at Liverpool, and they thought really that was their year. Drives his next delivery from De Carey's away through the offside. Just for 1, moves on to 58. 195 for 3. Maybe that's the year he thought that the title would come back to Old Trafford under his captaincy. It would have been thoroughly deserved for the way he led the team, but a great chance here to back end of the season, final one in county cricket, for him to end with some runs. It'd be nice if he could do that.
He's a wicket keeper as well, isn't he?
He did.
He's had the gloves as well.
Yeah, he did. In fact, at there was a time he was captain and keeper. Yeah, he was. I think he drove the coach and did the washing up. You know.
Did he? Not many do washing up nowadays. It disappoints me. I find that one of the most restful times in my daily routine, washing up, and there's a lot of people just stick it in a machine now.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
I sort of went off a little bit on a tangent. Back to Dave Villas now, but you did mention washing up. 195 for 3. Yadav. In and bowls, and that is just cut away, guided away by the aforementioned Villas for a couple of runs, and he moves up to 60. I don't know if it's the change of bowling here, but I just get the impression that now they've sort of got that parity, that maybe there's just going to be a little bit more aggression and attacking about Lancashire. See where they can go in terms of this lead. They're just the 3 in front now, so 3 for 3 if you like in that sense. But it's also a 100 partnership, 101 of 160 balls. In, goes back, plays deep, Villas to turn it square for a single. And he moves to 61 of 78 balls, 7 fours, 1 6. That was ahead of the board there.
You were.
That's the first time over the last couple of days. Mike's ginger cake today.
Was it Mike's? Oh, I missed a bit of Mr.
Quality. Yadav around the wicket in bowls, and again just pushed on the one side. He's a bit like Ramsey, not in the sense, Gordon Ramsay that is, not in the sense that he swears a lot. I don't think he does. But a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to the cake and everything. Wells on 89 and driven. Oh dear, that was a bit of a mistake there, but maybe it just hit a bit of a bobble, I'm going to say, on one of the strips. And they will get 1 run. Because it had fallen apart a bit in the box.
Right.
On the way through. But it didn't matter.
Didn't matter. No.
It's all in the taste. And I'm telling you now, I think when it comes to Mike's cakes anyway, I'm going ginger over lemon drizzle, which was my previous favourite.
Controversial.
Yeah, well, it is. Forward defensive there, push back up to the bowler. I'm not saying that Mike's ever done lemon drizzle, but generally I'd say lemon drizzle is my favourite.
No, I think he's done lemon drizzle.
Yeah, where that's concerned, I'm going ginger cake, I think, now. Beautiful, glorious. And it might be the last time this season I may be able to.
You're not coming back?
But well, I will be tomorrow, but
right.
I'm not. You can't bring cake 2 days on the bounce. But that's on 61. Now, where's this gone? That's gone lakeside, and it's actually racing along the ground in the end. I was looking for that up in the air for a little while, out there mid-wicket. Just the one run. And it's 200 for 3. The 200 is brought up. 200 for 3 after 55 overs. Those 200 runs in 330 balls. And we can see this partnership now of 104 between Wells and Villas. And it's Villas who's sort of taken on that attacking, more attacking role in this partnership. And I just wonder if the weather holds here, Lancashire can put their foot down, how much pressure Middlesex may feel under come the close of play tonight with a day to go.
Well, look at what's happening at Canterbury as well, where Notts have now 3 down. So they've lost 2 quick wickets. Notts back on after a rain break, but the 64 for 3, second innings following on, still trailed by 117.
And it being Kent is the big problem.
That's the big problem. It is.
It also might turn into a problem, as we mentioned earlier, for Nottinghamshire, but certainly Kent might be just pulling together a little bit of a rally there to save themselves by the end of the season.
200 on the board. Here comes De Carey's into Dane Villas.
So anyway, this interview of yours that lasted 3 hours last night, when can people see it, hear it, or?
Well, you can, some of it's out already. It's kind of reflections on the day's play, you know.
Yeah.
Goes back and pushed away into the offside. 201 for 3 now. Velas moves on to 63. Brings Wells back on strike. He's 90 not out. Luke Wells. He's 10 away from what would be his 24th first-class century.
But you've held some back for the Lancashire.
Yeah, for later in the season. I thought
later in the season, we've almost finished. How much later do you want it to be?
Towards the back end of the season, I think.
But he doesn't get overly emotional.
No, I don't think so.
Shame. I'd have had him in tears. I said, you know, what about the hard days? What about the long days? The ones where you had to dig deep. Where did you look? Who did you look to? That would have brought a little moisture to the eyes.
To the eye.
Even for a tough South African.
Attempted sweep by Wells. No bat on this, leg by, signalled by the umpire. Wells remains on 90. The score moves on to 202 for 3. Brings Villas back on strike. So moving further up, moving up to a lead of 9 now, Lancashire. We've reached the century partnership between Wells and Villas.
I love this map that I'm looking at for the radar. We've got something called Edale Youth Hostel. You see that? What is that on the map?
It's a nice shot off the back foot. It's punched away into the offside for a single. It's the end of the over. 204 for 3. Wells on 91.
Oh, it must be a youth hostel map, because I see Slaburn is mentioned as well up there. So this must be something with youth hostels. Anyway, it's dry in both of them at the moment. But we're looking really at the rain around it, never mind the youth hostels. Well, that is coming up from the south there. That's not looking so clever. But at the moment, we're okay here. And long may that continue. Kev Hand is...
Am I in trouble again?
No, you've never been.
He says I'm late, 10 minutes late.
Yeah, well, we got used to that. 204 for 3, Wells on 91, Villas on 64. As far as I'm concerned, I've known you for many years, you're about 50 minutes early.
I was talking to Tanya Aldred downstairs, a lovely conversation.
You're always talking to people, Kev. I mean, you don't always give a chance for people to see you come in, that's the problem.
But you spent the whole season avoiding me. 4 days at Surrey he avoided me.
Yeah, but more importantly here, what about Middlesex? I'm now.
That's why I'm talking to people. You see, I don't want to look at the cricket.
No, well, I just got this feeling yesterday maybe something was happening for them.
It was, and it's not now. I mean, I have to admit, I'm a little bit surprised that De Carey's... They changed Yadav's end. De Carey's is... One of the big things, we did this whole build-up, so the toss, why have Middlesex batted first? Well, the game down at Hampshire, they lost the toss and they were batting last on a spinning surface. At Essex, lost the toss, batting last. De Carey's picked up all those wickets, 7 for down there, 10 for at Chelmsford. Well, the problem is if they'd have had an overseas spinner, would he have picked it up maybe 7 for 50 rather than 7 for 100? 10 for 70 rather than 10 for 150 or whatever it was. Well, Yadav at the moment, what's he going at? 74 off 19. De Carey's 2 for 50 off 11. Here's Yadav.
And he bowls, and it's worked away on the onside by Wells, who moves up to 92, moving towards a century there, 205 for 3.
But they're back where they were when things were just starting to happen to Middlesex. Yadav down below us, De Carey's at the pavilion end, and now we're back to where we were in terms of the setup of the game, where we were when something was happening last night. I'm not going to overdo it on that point, but it just did strike me. Where's De Carey's?
Well,
there was a lot of excitement around his bowling yesterday.
Yeah, Villas was quite attacking, wasn't letting him settle at all today, was he? In what bit we've seen.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
That salt wicket seems an age away, doesn't it? And he went for a naught. Yadav around the wicket, in bowls to Villas, who leans back and creates this space, and you think, you've got to get back on that, mate, otherwise you're in trouble, and he does. Lands it down to third. In fact, they come back for 2. I think there's been a change of temperament. Not temperament. Temperature about the way that Lancashire are going about this. I think they're moving through the gears a little now. They've got the parity, and this lead now is to 13. It seems a short time ago we were talking about a deficit of 30, 40 runs. It's turned around quite quickly. Forward to it, into the offside, and Villas is really keen to get down for that single, but Wells sends him back.
No, exactly that. So 2 quick wickets, still 50 behind. Could be some fun, but
around the wicket he comes again, and worked away on the onside again for no run. I tell you what, talk about the temperature of this innings reply here. I'm just looking at our colleagues who are out there with the cameras.
Oh yeah.
They are all
they're wrapped up,
layered up again.
Well, Stephen Eskenazi was puffing air into his hands.
Yeah, Yadav around the wicket in bowls and just guided down towards third for no run. I remember talking to 1 run. I remember talking to some of them on Sunday, saying, "Oh, this is a bit better than what we've had in earlier parts of the summer, with wind and people and things being blown over." Go a couple of days later, and it's back to where we were, really. It's a bit breezy out there, and very, very much cooler. 208 for 3. Got 1 ball left to this over. Yadav around the wicket, in bowls and cut away again down towards the fielder. It's a deep gully area. And no run to finish off that over. End of the over. 57 overs gone. 208 for 3. Wells 92. Villas on 67. This lead now is 14 runs. We will be taking tea in 50 minutes from now. We had a late start. We started at 2 o'clock because of overnight and morning rain. There was an awful lot of it. It was not scary, but it was difficult trying to just drive that last bit of the journey actually in through to Manchester. A lot of the drainage, not really able to cope with
this morning.
Oh yeah,
was it really?
Yeah. And I'm not surprised that it took a little bit of mopping up and drying up out there. So well, who's this going to come on here and bowl now? Because De Carey, I think, is going to be
Higgins
swapped already. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 50. Didn't work for him in making a splash.
Looks like they're rather quickly exhausting options, just making sure that they're not missing a bowler who could have a moment at this particular phase.
Yeah.
However, I do, just wonder, did they get Yadav and De Carey's right from the off this morning? But hey, what do we know? Winter cometh, Kev. Winter cometh. It's getting cold, isn't it? No, this is a bit of a shock to the system.
Well, no, it's been like this all summer. So when you say winter's coming.
Well, it hasn't been the last week. I was nearly dying on Sunday at Chelmsford. It was so hot.
Chelmsford's a bit warmer down there.
Higgins in bowls. This is worked out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
And a no ball.
Villas moves to 68. The no ball as well moves Lancashire to 211 for 3. The lead is 17, and Middlesex's aspirations in this match dwindling quickly. There's two issues here. One, Middlesex could go on and lose the game. Lancashire get themselves into a position here where, can they put Middlesex under that pressure in the third innings? What happened in the first 19 for 5, and would there be any recovery in the second? And Middlesex don't even get out of a heavily rain-affected draw at Old Trafford, a heavily rain-affected match with a draw at Old Trafford. But yeah, time-wise in the match, the other thing about, we get 2 quick wickets, things could happen fast. It felt like we're running out of time. We are running out of time unless Lancashire have a really good session here and then put Middlesex under the pump.
Well, I think that might happen.
Higgins in bowls, and Wells over the top of this one, drops a quick single in, just fine, of Dan O'Driscoll charging in. He's a wicket keeper by trade. Middlesex have John Simpson with the gloves on. They have Joe Cracknell, Jack Davies and Dan O'Driscoll out there as keepers. Anybody else? Stephen Eskenazi's kept in his time, I think. So a good number of keepers on the field at the moment. I was having this conversation the other day. Was it weird? A bit like how leg spin bowling at the turn of the century, mainly Shane Warne, but also T20 cricket actually. It did a lot for wrist spin bowling, didn't it? There was a real growth of wrist spinners around the world. As here's Higgins bowls and forward goes Villas pushing back up to mid-off, and there's no run. Similarly, wicket keepers. There seems to be wicket keepers everywhere at the moment. The queue of them to get into this Middlesex side, and part of that's been put down to, what was it, Duncan Fletcher had the three-dimensional cricketers. You had to be able to bat, bowl and fields, and he was in particular the one-day side for England. Jamie Dalrymple getting in for England's off-spinner, good fielder, middle-order batter for Middlesex. But yeah, wicket keepers are all the rage at the moment. As here's Higgins bowls, forward goes Villas, drops this one into the offside, and there's no run. The feeling being that have another string to your bow if you want to get into sides. Don't just try.
Also,
and
you're always involved with the game as well, which is
that's true. Yeah,
a lot.
That's true. Yeah, you don't have to linger in the field with not much to do. Not many of those in the Middlesex side. Everybody does a bit. Stephen Eskenazi, I think, the only one who doesn't turn his arm over. Stoneman does, Robson does. Higgins in bowls, and this ball is driven up on the up, but not uppishly as far as points. Really pushed at that one a long way outside the off stump, didn't he? There is definitely a determination to get on with it, it appears, from Lancashire, which is good to see. Nice to see the team moving the game on.
Yeah, well, I think that's what Lancashire will be working at the moment. They'll be saying, what sort of position can we get into by the late part of this afternoon? Maybe take a view first thing tomorrow.
Higgins bowls short, and this is pulled away out to deep mid-wicket for a single to 13 for 3. Let's say there's a full 2 days, or a full day tomorrow, and the remainder of this day here. Do Middlesex ever end up in a point where they go out there batting, and do they actually try and get on with it and reach somewhere where there's a little bit to bowl at the very end of the match, or do they just dig in and take the 5 points and move on to Lords next week against Warwickshire? They might. I wonder, will there come a point where they're found to be caught between a rock and a hard place there? Do you go out there and try and push on, or do you actually try and dig in and save the draw from this point? Save those 5 points. Every point at this stage of the season now. As here's Higgins in bowls, and this ball's worked out to deep mid-wicket by Wells, who moves to 94, and that's how far Lancashire pushed things on already. Because my mindset certainly is thinking, oh,
I wasn't thinking at all like this when I turned up here.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. No,
I'm going with you take the draw.
I think so too. Yeah. With Warwickshire at Lords next week. Warwickshire have been up and down, haven't they? Late, mostly down actually. Bowled out for 22.5 overs.
Yeah, but the thing about Warwickshire you've got to be mindful of is they're either up there and seemingly you think unbeatable and going to be serious challenges for the title, or they're absolutely rubbish.
Well, you go to the toss at this time of year, don't you? At Lords, if Middlesex win the toss and put Warwickshire in next week, then they'll be thinking, come on lads, 22.5 overs, 60 all out. Middlesex are batting first. Well,
Yadav, to bowl here to Wells, who's on 94 not out, 15 fours and a 6 so far. He's in and driven along the ground to Roland Jones here at long on.
Do you know how I have a great deal of sympathy for this afternoon, and everything that's been said and done and read and everything this afternoon? Do you know how I have a great deal of sympathy for this afternoon, Kev?
Please do tell me, Kevin.
You.
Ah, there's many people that have wept a tear over me in the past. 39
team blast competition. Imagine the motorway mileage you'll have to do for that.
Oh. I think I might have something to add to that, but not on air. 215 for 3, make that 216 for 3. Wells 95, Villas on 70. It's a young person's game these days, Kev. And
you'd love it.
National
counties.
I certainly wouldn't, unless you were going to do the driving. No, I was going to say, unless you're going to do the driving for me, and even that.
As long as I'm in control of the music.
Yeah.
You're definitely not coming now, are you?
Yeah, no, around the wicket. And goes back, worked away onto the onside, and there will be a single. Yeah, I don't want to go too much into the depth of the. I mean, it's an interesting story, and people will want to find out more about it. 217 for 3 here, about the 100. But clearly, if he's involving all the national counties, there is no doubt going to be some sort of section of knockout competition about it. It's about connecting the whole thing for the whole summer, isn't it? Next ball here in the championship, worked away behind square on the leg side, and he'll go through for one more. Lancashire 218 for 3. Did you say there were 3 down at Canterbury when you last gave the not score? That's fine. That's still the way it is. 70 for 3, trailing by 111 runs. Clark and Montgomery, the not out pair. Here for Middlesex. Yadav in. Well, playing an attempted cut at that from Wells. Doesn't get anything on it. Very nearly did, and if you had it done, that could have been just a little nick through to the keeper, Simpson.
Eye in the century with a late cut.
Once again,
here comes Bumble.
In. And again, looking to work it away on the onside, and no run.
Where does he land his helicopter, Bumble?
At that very deliberate pointing of the bat. Don't you move, he signals to Villas at the other end. Little turn around, then points the bat at him.
It's a bit like me when I try and come on commentary with you, isn't it? Don't you move.
As if to joust with his partner at the other end. 218 for 3, though. Puncher gloves, lead of 24. Toby Roland Jones having a word there with his new man. What do you think he sees? What's he saying? Oh, he's got a very nice, freshly laundered, clean top there, hasn't he?
There you go. You could be helicoptered around the 39-team blast competition. It'd be like Challenge Annika, Challenge Howls.
Yeah.
You could wear the jumpsuit as well.
Yeah, absolutely none of that's happening. It's just not going to happen. Yeah. Anyway, they'll have their ideas. They'll have their ideas, just like they did with the Blast. Because T20 was very successful in the first couple of years, and then they started mucking about with that.
Yeah, we're just having that conversation downstairs, moving it across all the Friday nights, trying to smell as much beer as possible.
Yeah. Anyway, back to this, because I'm fascinated to know what's going to happen here.
Higgins, he's in, bowls, slip in the gully, and forward goes Villas. Go-to man, Ryan Higgins. He opened the bowling in the the start of the innings, didn't he? Higgins and Bamba were trusted with the ball by Roland Jones. Talk about starting the innings with your best 2 bowlers. Starting a passage of play, I should say, not the innings. Started by Bamba and by Yadav. Switched to Yadav and to Carey's. Now Higgins and Yadav. Higgins goes again. Bowls now and just full of length. They've dropped the single to Roland Jones at mid-off. I just need to come up a little there. Roland Jones, he's on to 72. Villas. Eskenazi's come across to talk to Roland Jones. Are you off already? Is that it? Was that you and I for the season? Oh. You wait all year long to get on mic with Kevin Howes in a game. 3rd, 4th game, perhaps, we've been together. Finally on air with him. Slip in a gully, crouch down. Here's Wells, and this ball's full. Push just wide of mid-on for a single. Wells moved to 97, 220 for 3. You back already?
I'm back already. Sorry about that.
That wasn't much of a break for you. Is that my fault?
I think it's a flexible.
I brought you a flapjack, or what did you call them? A A sticky biscuit. What did you call it?
I can't remember what they were called.
What did you call it? A cake? Something between a cake and a biscuit. You called it, didn't you? But it was a bit sticky.
It's quite accurate description, though.
There you go. Here's Higgins bowls. He's clipped away down to fine leg. Yadav comes around and they have a couple. Vilas comes back. It probably wasn't two there, really, was there? But Yadav, he's only just here, isn't he? He's limbering around. And what did Vilas raise his bat there for? He's just taken off his helmet and he's raised his bat to the post box. That's strange. Number of runs for Vilas. I mean, he certainly had his helmet off, and certainly the bat went in the air. I mean, it was just, you know, brief, and it was down again. But anyway, Higgins to Vilas on 74 now. Bowls a slightly straighter delivery, which is defended into the offside. Bumps away towards the grey surface to the edge of the square, which is cemented down for next season. Or is that the Notts track next week? Actually, which is the Notts track next week?
No idea.
Let's have a look. Oh, it might be the one just to the right, the very grey one. There's a nice green, lush green one there, isn't there? Untroubled. Oh, there's another nice lush green one over the other side towards the party stand. 2-2-2 for 3. Higgins is in, bowls onto the pads and worked away by Vilas out to deep mid wicket. He moves to 75. 2-2-3 for 3. 60 overs bowls. Higgins done for 46 from 10. Giant has won for 82 from 21 with 4 maidens. And Middlesex have a bit of a problem here, Scott. They need a wicket.
Yeah, not quite managed to find that bit of energy, a bit of buzz, have they, that they managed to get yesterday afternoon.
Well, it all came at the wrong time for them yesterday, didn't it? Lunch, they were all raring to go. And then the rain fell. It was leaden skies. You're thinking, oh, this would be a great time to try and have Lancashire, well, not 19 for 5, but maybe 19 for 2 at lunch. And then the heavens opened and they didn't get out there. And then something was happening. And then it wasn't, because the bad lights arrived. 2-2-3 for 3. 60 overs on the board, so 20 to a second new ball, but well, we can't say it anymore, can we? The time is now for Middlesex. They've got to find something very, very quickly.
Just at the minute, it doesn't feel like that's going to happen, isn't it? Even just a sense of trying to create some pressure feels quite a difficult task for Middlesex to achieve.
My phone battery's died, Scott. Which one of these can I unplug to?
I'll get back to you on that one. Is Yadaf's into Vilas. It's driven down the ground and there's no run.
Oh, thank you. Kevin Hell's going to plug my phone. He's always helping me with something, Kev. He's always a great help to me. Whenever I need him, he's always there. Jumps in. Oh no, that's what he says about me, sorry.
Yadaf over the wicket balls. Looks to try and sweep that little sweet paddle by Vilas. It felt for a moment that he might be in danger of ball crashing into his leg stump as he tried to...
he just clipped the back pad, didn't it, as he went down on one knee? Oh no, bottom, but it got glove onto it, down onto his pad.
Yeah. Remains on 75. Going back. Takes a single. The score moves on to 2-2-4 for 3. Vilas on to 76. This will be his top score of the season. I think his previous best was 60.
Oh, is that what he's raising the bat for?
I don't know. I think it was 64, his previous highest score, which in the game against Hampshire at Southport. Down comes Wells, and he's been stumped on 97. Tempted down the pitch by Yadaf. Swing and a miss by Wells. Simpson does the rest. And Wells has to depart for 97. Middlesex do find a breakthrough. Lancashire lose their 4th wicket. 224 for 4 and a 2nd wicket for Yadaf.
Just at the point where you were giving up hope on a Middlesex victory in this game. Not even a Middlesex victory, but anything other than desperate attempt to save the game for Middlesex, which you probably still will be at this stage. But yeah, Wells looking for the century. Had that little attempt at a late cut a couple of overs back. Wasn't sure he edged it actually. That was a catch, wasn't it? That was an absolutely stunning catch by John Simpson. I did think, was there a little noise on that? But now we look at it in line. That is a big old deflection, and to take that catch and whip the bails off just for effect, the Berry boy does again, doesn't he? That is superb wicket keeping by John Simpson. Really, really good catch. It's one of those where usually the wicket keeper throws the gloves to his left like that, and the ball's gone by, and you're like, yeah, you know, edge like that, the keeper can only really wave at it, can't he? But brilliant piece of wicket keeping, as you say, from Simpson. And even better now, we see there was a bit of an edge on it as well. So Bell comes out, 2-2-4 for 4. We've been nattering about it, you know, what possibility in this game for Middlesex. Well, you know, they're rough with the bat this year. Maybe they could concede a lead of about 30 in the first innings and still muster together enough to have something to bowl at in the final innings. Wherever it goes from here, it's just, oh, it's got to happen quickly if it's going to be a Middlesex victory. Very, very, very quickly. But yeah, it's just before the wicket, and it really does still have that feel. Just before the wicket, though, you're thinking that Middlesex are really going to have to work hard to get out of this with those 5 points, which could be so very crucial come the end of the season, especially bearing in mind what's happening at Canterbury at the moment. But Nottinghamshire still to come here to Old Trafford next week, and then to entertain Middlesex in the final round. But Middlesex needs to make sure they're getting enough points in the meantime by the time that they get to Trent Bridge, if it is to be that Kent pick up the victory at Canterbury.
Yeah, still 3 down, Notts. George Bell is the new batter. It's a 2-2-4 for 4, lead of 30. He had half 2 for 83 on his Middlesex debut. Slip and a short leg waiting. Okay, a little bottom edge on this on the sweep. Down towards the boundary. And they'll come back and run 3, I reckon, yeah. Good work down in front of the pavilion just to flick the ball back from the boundary rope. And Bell off the mark with that. And that's the end of the over. 227 for 4. And lead moves on to 33.
Poor old Wells. Really good innings, wasn't it? Tough.
Yes.
Tough conditions. When you consider what if we had nearly just over 400 runs, 14 wickets. Of those 400 runs, 2 batters in particular, now 3 indeed. Villas, three batters out of the 16 that have been on display so far. They've put on vast majority of the runs that we've seen so far. That in itself opens up a slight opportunity here for Middlesex, so they'll just say one more now, and just try and really get something going here. Higgins, ever the competitor, ever the scrapper. Bat and ball, can he be the man to open something up at the very last, really, for Middlesex in this match, you'd fancy? He comes in, bowls, and goes straight past the edge of Bell. Lovely ball. Forward defence, well beaten, through to Simpson. He'll be feeling pretty pumped after that dismissal. The fact that he grabbed it and whipped off the bails as well and then charged up to celebrate, he'd have been absolutely delighted behind the stumps. Bell at the moment couldn't really have a much more of a vaster contrasts in shape between Bell and Villas at the other end as Higgins is in. Bowl swim. Oh, he got nearly turned around by that. Had to really get the bat down and around in front of the pad to defend on the front foot, and you can just see and hear a bit of chatter out there again from Middlesex. A few smiles on the faces, a bit of energy coming back to the field. But yeah, he's a slender and slight build, Bell, in comparison to Villas. 38 years of age now, former South African Test batter. Higgins is in, bowls full straight, pushed to mid-on watchfully by Bell, and no run again. Villas just comes down and scratches away at the surface, and I'd imagine he's just got a little offering to say to Bell as well.
The applause was Villas reaching 20,000 career runs in all formats.
There we go.
When he got to 70. Happy days.
Higgins bowls, and this is eased to backward point. 227 for 4. in the 62nd over of the innings. But yeah, Villas at the other end, big broad shoulders on him. Tall man, isn't he? Dane Villas, not 6'5", 6'7", but big builds, and yeah, the crease, quite a dominating figure. So many of the South African batters of the era were. I think of Graham Smith and Jacques Hallis. Full and straight from Higgins, defended by Bell.
Smith was a giant of a man, wasn't he? He was tall, broad, big shovel-sized hands. He was
great fella as well. Yeah. Actually, you commentated with him as well.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of interviewing him 2 or 3 times over the winter for BBC Sport Africa, doing some pieces on the SA20. And great guy.
Is he running that?
He is. He's the commissioner. He's the head of it all. Yeah. Higgins in bowls, and forward goes Bell, defending into the offside, and there's no run. But absolutely brilliant guy to deal with. I mean, yeah. We had a terrible problem. We're a new broadcasting house on Portland Place, famous old BBC building, and in early one morning to do an interview with him. It was all set up, recorded. Right. Yep, you're recording him? Yeah, record him. Brilliant. Okay, thank you. Anything I need to do once this recording's done? No, it's fine. Okay, away you go. Began the interview, did it. I think it was a Friday. Came back in on the Monday and looked it up. No sign of the interview anywhere. Absolutely nowhere to be seen. Now, we'd probably done about 35 minutes as well. You know what I'm like. And so does Graham Smith now. We were off and I was talking about everything, and, you know, fair play to him. I said, sorry, Graham. I said about 10 or 15, but it was too much fun, that. And we did. You know, we could chat about everything. Monday morning, none of it. None of this TV interview saved.
It's Yadaf into to Villas. The back foot cuts the ball away down to backward point. 1 run.
Graham, you know that 10-15 minute interview that turned into 35 minutes on Friday? It didn't save. Can we do it again? Great fella, absolutely great fella. Went through the PR and I promised the PR. I said, listen, 5 minutes. I know what I need from what we did, and we just redo those ones and we're done.
You'd have to bail. That brings him forward. Nice delivery that goes past the edge of the bat.
Do you know what Smith's response was to the PR, who was the go-between between me and Smith? There's no way that fella will have it done in 5 minutes.
Work you out then, Eddie. 2-2-8 for 4. Bell off the front foot to defend, and there's no run.
5 minutes, done and dusted. We were in and out. I said, no, look, this is a real mess up at our end here. Huge apologies, huge thanks for redoing this. 5 minutes, boom, that's it. Thank you very much.
Bell waiting and playing forward. The ball just squirts away down to through gully for the single. Bell moves on to 4. 229 for 4. Lancashire's lead is 35.
I remember he came in for a short period to captain. Well, I say it was a short period. He came in for a fair period to captain Surrey, but he got a foot injury, didn't he? Which led to the great David Townsend line. Well, he got a foot injury because he had so many backsides to kick at Surrey, didn't he? Ain't laughing now, DT. They're flying south of the river.
Villas with an advance towards Yadaf, then works the ball towards the leg side, but there's no run.
But I remember playing a match against Middlesex, and you just looked at him in the middle, and you just thought, he's a man mountain. How are you meant to get past that bat? Those pads, you're never bowling him. You know, and the bat looks huge in his hand, which is unusual because you can't look at Freddie Flintoff, for example.
Villas goes back again, rolls it away, backward square on the offside, but for no run. It's the end of the over. 63 gone. 2-9 for 4, a lead of 35.
And the bat always looked like a toothpick in his hand, didn't it? You know, big fella, broad shoulders, tiny little bat in his hand. But Smith, yeah, I don't know, somehow the bat seemed to fit with him as well. He's just a massive presence out in the middle. He's an incredible player to watch. But yeah, Villas, he'd have fitted into that mould. Bell certainly wouldn't. He's who would Bell remind you of as a batter? I suppose a right-handed Duckett almost. Actually, he's got a few of the mannerisms of Duckett,
build, isn't he? Yeah, side and build. Nice balance out there, isn't it? Bell at the start of his career, Villas going right towards the end of it.
Higgins past the umpire, he bowls, and Bell eyes up the covers. The ball fielded at mid-wicket by Eskenazi as the attempted drive ricochets off a thick inside edge.
Final season for Villas, and of course he handed Bell his debut last year. He was captain, was Dane Villas when Bell got his chance in the Lancashire team. And his debut across all 3 formats last year, George Bell.
Higgins to Bell, driven. 2 mid off, in good position for the shot, isn't he? Seems to know his game very well, seems quite comfortable with it, quite at ease.
Yeah, just a very good start to his career. He played a lot this season, played the bulk of the championship matches, and a fair bit in the one-day cup as well. Kept the gloves at the start of the season, was Lancashire's wicket-keeper for the first few rounds of the campaign.
Higgins up to the stumps, he bowls, and this is turned to long leg for a single by Bell. He moves to 5, 230 for 4, the lead's 36.
As you were saying to Kevin before, it's like there's a lot of wicket-keeper batters around, young wicket-keeper batters around. There's a couple in Lancashire's the team below this, George Lavelle, Matty Hurst, both wicket-keeper batters, both featuring in the one-day cup this year. In fact, both of them rotated it with the gloves through the campaign.
Oh, that must have been difficult. Especially as a keeper, you'd like to get into a run, don't you? And know your bowlers. Higgins bowls, eased by Villas to backward point. Yeah, so it came up on commentary recently, or in conversation somewhere recently, talking about it. You know, just in this modern day of cricket now, going to have that extra string to your bow, force your way into a side, a T20 side, for example. You say, look, I can keep as well.
Notts have lost a 4th wicket, 78 for 4, trailing still by 103.
This one's got an inside edge from Bell, full outside the off stump from Higgins once more. It's a couple of times now. Apologies, it's Villas. So similar to Bell. It's the inside edge to mid-wicket. We're looking to the offside. I was distracted there. Sorry, it's 4 down, you say?
Yep, 78 for 4. Nottinghamshire trailed Kent by 103. They're following on in their second innings.
So Middlesex have got to really bank on a Kent victory there.
Yep.
Higgins bowls. This has worked out to deep square for a single. 2-3-2 for 4. 64 overs bowled in the innings for a 78. Bell 5. I think what this all means for Middlesex is they have to win against Warwickshire at Lord's next week and then take it to Trent Bridge and see what happens. Because by the looks of it, Kent, well, for Middlesex, they need to tuck up behind Nottinghamshire. Going into that game, Kent, similarly, you know, they'll be there or thereabouts, depending on how many points Middlesex take out of this one. It's 6, the difference between the sides going into the game. Kent have got substantial batting and bowling points already, the victory points. So Middlesex really do need to find a win and hope that then going into that final round, Notts, Middlesex and Kent, it's 1 of 3.
Yeah, need a win against the Bears next week, Middlesex, and they need Notts to come here and lose, don't they, really? And that would make it
or Kent lose next week and Kent lose the final round. Middlesex win and a draw, I guess, keeps them up, depending.
Get after Villas. A little paddle sweep. Going to fine leg for a single. Villas to 79 not out. 232 for 4.
He will need a helicopter for that final round, won't he, Kevin Hales?
That would be good, wouldn't it? Get Howells on the helicopter.
Well, that's like the Premier League trophy when you wouldn't know whether it was going to be there. They had a helicopter once, didn't they? Ready to go to both grounds.
Howells on the helicopter.
Howells on the helicopter.
Bell on 5.
He's standing behind me with the laptop. Does that mean it's my turn to go? Yep.
I think it is, yeah. Just nudged away behind square by George Bell for a quick single. He moves on to 6. 233 for 4. Notts a 5 down now. 78 for 5. Tom Moore's the latest wicket to fall. 103 behind. Kent eyeing up an innings victory against Nottinghamshire. Yadav to Villas. Oh, he's gone to sweep it, but closed the face of the bat, swept it down into the ground, and then went to go and run. Super work from behind the stumps. Watch back on the replay here. This sweep down, tapping it into the ground. One to the single. Simpson does so well to get to it and deny the possibility of a run, and actually almost runs Villas out.
They did great because they went to the right side, but it wouldn't have been good if he'd actually swapped hands and gone the other way.
Yaraf to Velas. That's looping down towards fine leg with no bat involved. Leg by.
Done a double reverse. So they all, the keeper and the slip, move all the way to the left and then all the way. But oh, he got the wrong way.
Carry on scene.
You're too young to remember Carry On. Oh, yeah.
I've heard about the films, yeah. I've not really seen much Carry On films. It's off the back foot by Bell. And defending back to Yaraf. And there's no run. 40 in front, Lancashire. One ball left of the 65th over. Bell comes down the pitch and helps it away towards the leg side. And will shuffle back. And 2 to his total. Takes him on to 8. And it's the end of the over. 236 for 4. A lead of 42.
I was watching a bit of the old Gold TV channel the other night. And they had Harry Enfield and Chums, or Harry Enfield and Friends, and obviously that sort of 1990s period, late 80s. Lots of sketch shows, you know, some tossed. Paul Whitehouse was in that one. And I thought, actually, is that something that's died out now? Sketch shows. A lot of TV now for comedians is game shows, isn't it? And panel shows and all that, and Live at the Apollo and all that sort of stuff. Do you actually have sketch shows anymore in the way that, you know, there used to be a time there was all sketch shows, wasn't it? Fast Show and the like. Atif Nawaz did one, yeah, but that was a few years ago. Now, things go in these trends.
It's a trend. It could be a trend.
It actually passed me by at the time, but I know I watched them on reruns and things like that. And as always, 20 or 30 years behind everybody else, I find them hilarious. 236 for 4 here. Velas on 79, Bell on 8. He's doing a lot of pointing. Oh, he's getting a bit frustrated as well. Good. Oh, no. Bit to the right, bit to the... Oh, substitution. That's what the managers do on football, isn't it? They'll have a sub. Oh, yes. Somebody's coming in and somebody's going out. Well, he's throwing everybody here, isn't he? He's making quite the change. Oh, and is that Eskin? Who's that who's been shifted now from the offside to the on? So it's a very strong field setting here for Velas, who's sitting on 79. That Middlesex will know that this is now getting into almost desperate territory to make something happen for them. So we've got 2 fielders out on the offside. One of them behind square. He plays it on the on, and it's down towards fine leg for a single. After all that, well, I'm glad we took 6 hours to get that field setting right. It didn't actually produce much in the end, but that was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? In the end, everybody shifted on that side to the on side there for your man Velas. He moves to 80, 237 for 4, a lead of 43 runs.
Everyone back to normal now, and Bell's back on strike.
Well, you'll say that, but he needs a bit of reshoeing here.
Right, okay.
Does the bowler? Well, take the mud off the bail if you don't mind. Everything's in. Is it just me, or is everything a bit in slow motion today? And I feel quite up for it. I just feel everybody's about 20 miles per hour slower than the way I feel about things. About next ball in and forward defensive from your man Bell, who has never looked younger than when he walked out to bat today. Quite extraordinary. I thought he was starting to grow a bit of stubble, to put a few years on him. Do you know, like I did at the start of the season?
Yeah, what happened to that?
To put about 50 on me. I became 110 overnight.
When did that come off?
2 or 3 weeks ago, something like that. Next delivery pushed into the offside. And there will be no run. Yes, that's actually right. That's Kev there. It's when I was watching Crime Watch UK, and there I was. I thought, God, get rid of that beard. You take that beard off. There was somebody here, actually, one of the security guys here, in charge of the stadium. come back to the money. It's probably not worth taking. But anyway, Bell on 8, next ball, and worked away by George Bell, square for a single. And I had thought, because, you know, with my personality, there's many people that blank me. But all season long, I've been going and saying hello, hi to this fellow, about to, and he's just stared straight through me. And I'm thinking, what have I done wrong to you? I've not caused security any problems here. I mean, I usually do, but not here. Anyway, I turned up for the England game. Was it the England game? Anyway, I turned up here without that little growth, supposed be about a week ago, and he greeted me like a long-lost friend.
Not seen you for ages.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, you have, mate, but you didn't recognise me. Isn't it strange, the effect of a beard?
See, I was here for that England game. I didn't actually notice that you'd shaved it.
No, well, that's the way you are when you're with more important friends. 238 for 4, Villas on 80, and ducks out of the way of that one, taken low down by the keeper. I noticed you didn't have any time for me that day. If you had have done, you would have noticed that there was...
I came in to say hello.
Yeah, very kind of you, only when you saw the manager was in there. So pop in and say hi. No, it is a thing that people... You take on a whole different look, don't you?
You do, yeah. You do.
And I didn't like it.
Oh, right, okay.
I looked at myself in the mirror, I couldn't recognise myself. This one is play behind square for a single. Like that, I see moves on to 81. But yeah, but George, I thought George was growing a little bit of a...
I think he was, yeah.
But I don't think he's there now. He's on 9. Villas on 81, 239 for 4. Need a 45. Minimum overs today, 35, but I think we're playing to time anyway, aren't we now?
I think we are. I think it's 10 to 40.
Yep. And then another, hopefully a session of 1 hour and 15 minutes. Through until 6 o'clock.
Rob Jones has come out carrying a few bits and bobs there. A couple of drinks and towel for Dane.
Have you done the farewell interview there yet?
You've spoke to Dane a couple of times, yeah.
Not Dane,
Rob. No, I've not spoke to Rob. Yeah, he's off. He's off to Worcestershire. Well, no, I mean, I've obviously spoke to him, but not like...
Not formally?
No, not formally, no.
He's carrying a bit of clobber there, isn't he?
Isn't he, yeah. Come on, shuffle off.
He's a bit of a showman, isn't he? He's a good lad. What lovely coloured towels. Mustard?
I think, yeah, mustard. Yeah. 239 for 4. Here comes Yadav to Villas. He's dragging that one away off his hip. Behind square on the leg side, but for no run. Yeah, so 10 minutes away from tea. Yadav to Villas and hopping back into the crease. Drops it away into the offside. De Garis comes up from extra cover to field. No run. Short leg's been relocated. There's now one slip. There's a square leg. Short mid-wicket, cover, mid-off. Deep backward point, deep backward square leg. Villas looking for that shot, and Simpson alert to it and predicted the movement, and you could see Simpson going away to his left-hand side because Villas was in position to try and that little lap paddle.
Well, he's sort of hammering the ball into the ground almost, isn't he?
Yeah. It's tucked away into the onside, and there is no run.
You can just imagine, even if you've got Mr. Rockhard out there in Villas, thoughts going through his mind about a century last game, eh?
Yeah, but it is. In comes to Villas. To work down towards fine leg, and he'll hustle back for 2. 83 to Villas, 241 for 4.
As we say, bless him, he thought he got rid of you. And then he gets himself a century and he'll be back up again.
He does, he'll be back up again.
Oh, God. You again.
Up again. 241 for 4. Final ball of the over. Yadav to Villas. Does have to reverse this time. He's keeping Simpson busy, isn't he? He's going away to one side and dancing away to the other. Well, he's having a bit of fun. End of the over. and lead of 47. Villas 83 to 41 for 4, and actually we've managed to get through this session. Wasn't many in the building, I don't think, that were that optimistic with play.
Were you?
I was, yeah, because I looked at the radar and it said it was clear, but I think most people thought it was the light that might be an issue. But that's not.
Most people looked at the radar, saw it clear, so they thought it's going to rain. That's what I think most people do these days. At the moment, I don't know what's kicking off out there, but something's a bit strange. Oh, we're at it again, our man Higgins, who likes to change in the field. Just a little bit that way, just a little bit way, yeah. Oh, actually, I don't know. He says he shrugs his shoulders. And he's off again. And in bowls, and, well, that's squeezed away by Bell. He'll get himself a single. Good stop, actually. Nice tumbling, diving stop there. Just on the edge of the circle by Bamber, throwing himself to his right-hand side. Oh, and off we go. Look out. Can they remember their positions? This is a lovely little game to play. Can you remember where I put you last time? Let's see.
He put everybody over here, didn't he?
Well, yes, and look, they're going there as well.
One's going again.
Yeah, they're off. Well, I mean, I didn't mention, maybe that was a bit different, or just didn't spot down at third. But let's just having a look round now, see what's going off down here. He's got
what
fine
are you doing
leg.
all over there?
He's got fine leg, and he's got a short fine leg, sort of. Oh, no, he's off to his left. I thought they were standing more or less in front of each other. Oh, a little bit to the right. Yeah, that's right, 2 yards. You're a little bit deeper. Yeah. Ryan, it's going to be Christmas in a minute, mate. Let's get on with it. Off he goes. He's coming in now to Villas, who's on 83. Shorter. Ooh, very nearly gets the top edge. That nearly worked. Oh, this is a good contest, actually. I thought it was a little bit flat earlier. And I was wondering where it was all going to go this afternoon, but I think I'm back in it again now. With all due respect, you know, that wicket has given them just a little bit of a lift, doesn't it, Middlesex? A little bit of hope, but I mean, still this leads 48. It already looks a little bit ominous from their point of view, but can they make anything happen here now with Higgins coming into Villas, up onto his toes, guided down to third here for a single.
Got to tea in the game at Canterbury. Notts 87 for 5, so still 94 runs behind. Reached tea on the third day of that game.
It's an interesting little run in there, isn't it, at the bottom? So too, Division 2, you know, that promotion issue. Sussex, Leicestershire and Worcestershire in the box seats for that one. Oh, ducks out of the way of that, there's George Bell. Well, actually, did he duck, or is he of the sort of height where he just has to wobble his head a bit?
Kind of weave back, didn't he, a bit?
Yeah. Umpire Milnes, a former bowler himself, likes it because he sort of shadowed the shape of the arm on the delivery. Turns again from the Jimmy Anderson end. Ryan Higgins to Bell, and Bell very on a shorter ball tries to hook that and very nearly gets the top edge. He didn't really look fully committed to any of that. And if he had gone, that might have had a bit of a loose look about it. Didn't seem too certain. I think that last one we sort of bobbed out of the way of it. That might have had a bit of thinking, because I think Dane Villas has come down for a bit of a chat. Oh, we're off again, lads. Where are we going now? But the field change. It's almost as if they just realised 2 balls later there's George Bell facing now. So it's a bit more balanced off and onside now. Just down in front of him by just a few yards, and that is the completion of that over. So 243 for 4, Bell on 10, Villas on 84, and this lead is 49 runs. Only 2 runs coming from that last over. Higgins has bowled 14 overs, no wicket for 53. But Villas on 84, Bell on 10, moving towards the tea interval. No change in the bowling here, going to stay the same.
Yeah, that's going to continue. This will be a 9 over spell from the Brian Statham end. 8 overs, 1 for 30. And the spell today, 25 overs in total for Yadav, 2 for 94 on debut. Could be the final one before the tea break. Nudged away to the onside by Villas. There is no run. To Dane Villas. He had half balls and hopping back and just trying to work it down towards third man. There's no run. Comes bouncing back in. That little paddle shot again by Villas. Straight to square leg.
And a little bit uppish. He plays those, he does hammer them into the ground a bit more, but that one has a loop on it, more of a top edge.
A little quicker this from Yadav. Again, he's back. Villas works it away to deep backward point. Through for one, so takes him on to 85. Not out, 244 for 4. The lead now exactly 50 runs for Lancashire. We lost 1 wicket since we got back underway at 2 o'clock. It's defended by Bell into the onside, and there's no run. 244 for 4. Ball remaining. It's going to be time for another one. By the looks of things, as Bell defends again, and that is the end of the over. And looks like it's going to be an over of Josh de Carey's to complete the afternoon session. 244 for 4, lead of 50. Bell on 10, Villas on 85. Ryan Higgins' 6-over spell from the James Anderson end, 6 overs, 1 maiden for 18 comes to an end, and Josh de Carey's returns for Middlesex.
It's just that bit of a feel about, you know, this is almost it's the last day, and not long after tea, the players are going to be shaking hands and all that sort of stuff. They've got that feel about it.
It's still tomorrow to go.
I know that.
I'm just reminding myself.
I don't know. Middlesex need a spark here. They need a spark.
Well, this is the guy that got them going a bit yesterday afternoon, wasn't it?
Well, he didn't do earlier today, though. The Villas went back at him a bit, didn't he?
Dropped a bit short then.
So let's see what happens here now. Well, we're starting this over at the time when we should be going to tea. It actually says 10-2, but everybody was ready to go, so here we go. Villas on 85. Keris bowls now, driven along the ground, but it'll be no run. Straight to mid-off. What's Villas going to do here? Is he going to be playing it really safe? Much will depend on what sort of delivery, of course, he gets, but I imagine that no matter how brave and courageous he is, he'll perhaps think about being a little bit careful. Yes, I think that's what he's going to do. I think that they would have been tempting, or trying to tempt a bit of ego to come to the fore here, and a bit of a mistake before tea. Well, they've got 4 more balls in which to try and induce that if they can. De Keris again, bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, and a little bit of width on that. Driven straight again to a tumbling fielder, and no run. All very quiet out there, apart from the noise of a motorbike rumbling past. Oh, and the sirens as well. Well, there'll be a run here, driven along the ground, nice and safe on the onside of straight. For Villas. Takes his helmet off, almost as if he's thinking, right, that's job done before tea, lad. But he'll keep his eye on young George at the other end. He's on 10 at the moment. With 2 more balls to go before the tea interval. George Bell has a bit of a look around him. Left to right, back over again. Still plenty, fairly close in on that leg side for Bell. And he'll prod forward. 1 more ball before tea then. It's going to be De Keris to bowl to Bell. Your two younger players, you'll no doubt, and hopefully we'll see plenty of over the years to come in the Championship, and maybe even at a higher level of cricket. And defensive again from Bell, and he just steps back by a yard or two, takes a look at the pitch, and he's going to wait for his more senior statesman to come down and join him. Villas, who's on 86, Bell on 10, and that is tea at 245 for 4, a lead of 51 runs, and De Keris is 2 for 51 from 12 overs, just 1 run coming from that over just before the break, which, as I say, is time because of the fact we started late at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And despite the loss of the wicket of Wells, Lancashire will be happy that they've turned that deficit now into a lead. And the wicket to have fallen was Wells, caught by the keeper Simpson off the bowling of Yadav for 97. The pain of 97 of 169 balls, 15 fours and a 6. That's the Lancashire team. They'll be applauding Villas off, and they will love the opportunity to stand in that very same position at some point after tea and be cheering and raising a bat for Villas, but they won't want to be talking about it at tea, I'm sure, because he's sitting on 86 at the moment, 130 balls, and for Middlesex they need to sort of go back in there, regroup. But there's no question over effort and application, but they do need perhaps to try and summon up a bit more energy from somewhere to try and force a mistake. But you can see there Captain Keaton Jennings with his bobble hat on, and a little tap on the back for Villas. And a member of the coaching staff, I think, was just left hanging there. He held out his fist for somebody to punch the fist for one of the batters coming off, and I think they just left him hanging there. But either way, they'll all go in, have a bit of a break. I look to my boss on the right-hand side, and we can do the same. We'll be back. It says here, play to resume at 16:12. So we'll be back at 16:14. No, we'll be back at 10 past to bring you a little bit of build up to the final session today. In the meantime, we'll take our break for tea ourselves.
And they're heading out. Heading out. Final session of the day. Dane Villas, 86 not out. Announcing his retirement from cricket at the end of this season. He's not had any season really in terms of runs with the bat. It's been a tough year for him. 7 magnificent seasons and 4 brilliant years as captain. Well, he's 86 not out in the penultimate home game of the season. Lancashire 245 for 4. They lead by 51 runs. And Middlesex picking up 1 wicket through the course of that first session of the day. The Luke Wells dismissal was actually caught by John Simpson of the bowling of Yadav. He made sure that he was out because not only did he take a catch off an edge, he then absolutely hammered the bails off, and he was going whether it was caught or whether he was stumped, but officially stumped for caught, rather for 97. The only wicket to fall really in a session where Lancashire, having started behind, are in front. 51 runs is the lead. Heading into the final 31 overs of the day. Hopefully we'll get them in. We've struggled for the last couple of days to complete day's play because of light issues. But Yadav will start us off after the tea break. Lancashire 245 for 4. Yadav 2 for 95. 10 overs away from a second new ball becoming available for Middlesex. Can they prize another one out before then? Kevin Hands alongside me.
Well, they need 5 wickets for this second and third bowling point in this innings.
Here comes Yadav over the wicket to Villas. Let's run down towards Gully.
Oh, the light's got grim, hasn't it?
It has a bit, yeah.
Oh.
The shadows are being cast from the players, from the floodlights. You can see that.
Can we go and steal their light meter?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Lock it up somewhere.
That's what we're having to go by, isn't it? The meter reading now. Asking for an LBW as Villas is a long way forward and across.
He was so far forward, he was almost standing on the tram track out back, wasn't he?
It was a bit, yeah. It was a big stride from Villas. 245 for 4. Here comes Yadav again, bouncing his way back in over the wicket. And there's a little paddle sweep by Villas. We've seen that a few times. And he gets a single, takes him on to 87. 246 for 4.
Yeah, 2 for 96. Yadav carries with a couple of wickets as well. Seem bowlers yet to take a wicket in this innings, but it'll be back to them with the new ball, certainly at one end. Should the light allow us to get that far? It's getting to that stage already, isn't it? Annoyingly. Really need a lighter band of cloud to rush in quite quickly.
Bell waiting now. And playing forward in defence. And there's no one you can see on the live stream pictures, actually, the shadows from the players. Pretty clear, but hopefully. Breeze is much stronger. The flags are blowing pretty firmly on the roof of the pavilion, so maybe, hopefully, they'll push away some darker clouds and some lighter ones will emerge. Run for Bell here, off the front foot towards wide mid off for a single. 247 for 4.
Just a question: if we turned off the lights now, so you got all the natural light's been overtaken by the artificial, and bowled spin at both ends, would the umpires be taking them off?
I don't know. Yadav to Villas, and again with that sweep down to fine leg for 1. 88 to Villas. 248 for 4. End of the 71st over. If you take the floodlights off and put the meter reading out, presumably it's a different reading because it's affected by the floodlights. But it does seem,
with April, May, and September, as soon as you turn the floodlights on, well, it's immediately artificial light because the time of year. April, May, September, bang, floodlights go on, and all of a sudden, oh look, it's 4 shadows. So. Yeah, it's almost a case of, we'll save the electricity, just don't turn the floodlights on and go with a light meter off that, because as soon as you turn them on, you're going to take them off for artificial light anyway. It just seems to be happening week after week at the moment. You kind of get the... I mean, would we be off right now for bad light if the floodlights weren't on? I don't think we would. I really don't think we would, especially if you had spin on at both ends. So just a way of getting more cricket in if you're playing so much in April, May and September. Oh, there we go. Light meter readings out. Oh, dear. Yep, it don't look good. I think we could go here. In fact, some of the players are going already, aren't they? Robson's turning tail. Turn the lights off. Bowl spin at both ends. Let's play cricket.
Yep, we're off.
Not such a super September, this one, is it? We've waited all this time.
Well, it could be. There's still 2 rounds to go.
No, I mean, at the moment, you know. Halsey's giving me a hug. Thanks, Halsey. I do. I miss cricket when it's not on. We've got it now, and when you turn the lights on, you have to come off for an artificial light. Don't keep on, Kev, says Halsey. Or keep on, does he say? I can't. Chin up. Come on. Come on. That's a shame, isn't it? Because, you know, the game's effectively... Well, mind you, it's Middlesex batting, isn't it? So it's not really dead. But, you know, Middlesex need to get these bowling points first of all, and then they need to hang on for the draw. So we could have a thrilling finish tomorrow, and the thrilling finish being Middlesex battling for 5 points as Lancashire go for the win. Hard to see him getting back on today. If we're off for light at the moment with the skyline as it is. I mean, it's really bright over the back of the pavilion, isn't it? Really bright. So maybe. Where are the flags? Were blowing the other way yesterday, weren't they? They were blowing left to right. They're right to left today. So let's have a look over the
bring them back on, I think.
Have a look over the back of the grey. Oh, hold on a minute.
I think he's
hold
waving.
On a minute.
He's waving. The umpire's waving.
Oh, come on.
Oh no. Oh, I think he's waving for the ground staff to put the.
No, well, maybe there's rain around as well.
Put the hover cover on.
Oh, it might rain in a minute. Well, over the back of the grey stand, we've got to get a name for that. The Grey Hotel. Oh, there we go. Boom. Over the back of the Grey Hotel, it does look a bit brighter. So I don't know, maybe we're lucky. Maybe we have a short, sharp shower here, blows over, and then off we go again. But it does feel I don't know, maybe I've just been unlucky at the games that I've been at this year, but it does feel as soon as the lights go on, we come off for artificial light.
It would be an interesting experiment, wouldn't it, to switch them off now.
Bowl spin at both ends.
And see.
As I say, you turn the floodlights off now, you go back. Dickie Bird would be saying you're not going anywhere, get out there and play cricket. And I can't believe the players, you know, with the limited amount of time that they have over periods. I mean, someone like Stephen Eskenazi, he'll be pulling his hair out. Well, he desperately dropped last week. He's got back in through the back door this week. Tom Helm, player on the sidelines for this one, be desperate to play at the moment. Just, yeah. I mean, like there is certainly one particularly grey cloud over us at the moment. But the other thing we have this at Lord's quite often. When we're set up on so high up in the media centre, we get a great panoramic, obviously, around the ground where you've got quite built-up stands at Lord's. And actually, here is very similar. I guess this is probably one of the closest grounds to Lord's in terms of having that kind of cauldron. So if you're actually stood down in the middle, you know, you've pretty much only got up to look at, because otherwise you've got these big stands climbing up either side of you. So you can't really see the horizon. So I suppose it shouldn't be too gloomy up here because, yeah, it's a bit brighter over the back behind the 2 hotels, and that suggests. That's roughly suggesting. Oh, what have they got? Is that the rain radars out?
I presume so. It's Matt. Yeah.
There's an umbrella up. Well done. They found an umbrella up somewhere. On our camera crew, it was 2. I can see another one over there. Multicoloured one as well. It's an attractive umbrella.
Yeah, he looks like he's got his radar on, doesn't he?
Which way are they looking? There you go. There's the rainbow umbrella.
Yeah, lovely, probably that.
Is that an official Lancashire one? The staff member using it.
Little trip to Nero's. Get something sweet. Nice hot coffee to go with it.
What is it? Yeah. It's a panini, I think.
Oh, lovely.
It looks as though it was grilled. Oh dear. Huddle up. Know the feeling. It's a bit like watching cricket at Merchant Taylor School. Oh, had some cold ones there. Had some very warm ones as well. That's the thing with the outground. You're either absolutely freezing or absolutely roasting, aren't you? There's rarely an in-between. No. Always go back to the Brendan McCullum debut, which was when we were talking about Blast being spread across the season, when they were on those ridiculously early starts to a Blast campaign. It was McCullum's debut, and it was at Merchant Taylor School. No floodlights, 4:30 start. freezing pitch black already. Oh look, anyone would think we were happy, wouldn't we, with the smiles on our face? Well, me anyway. You're not looking too. Anyone would think that I'm the happy one and you're the grumpy one. Look.
Yeah, well, anyone listening wouldn't agree with that.
No, not for a moment.
Right, we'll leave you. We'll be back when those brothers are down, and hopefully the light's a bit better, and we'll get some play. 2:48 for 4, lead by 54.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Old Trafford, where play is to resume and lighter skies over the city. For now, at least, behind the grey hotel and the red hotel, there is a fair bit of clearer sky, lighter sky, but then there's some really dark sky. And as I continue around the ground and look even further to my right, oh, it's a pair of clowns. Look at them, they're dancing away. How does it feel? Who sings it? How does... New Order, there we go. Where are New Order from? Manchester, aren't they? Yeah. Yorkshireman dancing to a Lancashire. Manchester group.
Who's a Yorkshireman here? I come from Shropshire, he comes from Burnley type thing, East Lancashire.
Who's Shropshire's greatest export, other than yourself, of course?
Charles Darwin, controversial figure in some circles, but he's probably the most famous salopian, I would say.
Musically.
It's between him and Frank Boff.
Here's Ethan Bamber, gets us going again after the delay, and this is driven straight of Bamber, straight of mid-off, and a singles taken as Villas moves to 89. Musically, who's the...
Tapau.
I like a bit of Tapau. What was it?
Ian Hunter and Mott the Hoople from the 1970s. Oh, no, all the young dudes, a long way from Memphis. The people that know their music will know about Mott the Hoople. And Tapau in the 1980s.
We've got a surprisingly similar taste of music. Yours just...
I didn't say I liked them.
I love 70s and 80s.
Greg Davis, the comedian who's on the telly all the time, Taskmaster and all that stuff, he comes from North Shropshire, from Wem.
Bamber slipping a gully in place as he bowls, and Bell over the top of it, defence to the offside.
Obviously, it was personally very upsetting to look at Wikipedia one day, and they had the question mark, who's the most famous person from Shropshire?
How far down the list did you get? Actually found yourself?
That wasn't on the list.
1,250. No, I'm giving up now.
Yeah, it was much lower. But you know what really upset me most about it? It was a fellow I'd never heard of, but apparently really quite well known in sort of motor programs and that sort of stuff. I'd never heard.
Jeremy Clarkson?
No.
Off goes Bamber. Bowls, and this is driven away. Square of the wicket. Nice shot. Actually looked so it was a little loose, but he's timed it beautifully, hasn't he, in front of backward point. 4 more. 253 for 4. So a batting point on the board for Lancashire.
I don't want to keep this going for much longer, but
I do.
Back in the day as well. No, not Steve Marriott.
This is why I want to keep it going. Look at him.
Oh, Small
Got
Faces,
to go in here,
the other guy from Small Faces. And he brought people like Eric Clapton along to do jamming sessions in local pubs. He was very popular.
Full from Bamber, defended by Bell.
Because it's a bit rural, obviously, so therefore it's a sort of place where famous music-type people would want to turn up, because it was away from the glare of publicity and all that sort of stuff. So,
Tooting's most famous?
Is that where you come from? Sorry, it took me a long time to ask you about Tooting's most famous.
And it's not Dan Norcross, before you say so.
Well, I definitely wouldn't have said him. Ronnie Lane was the name I was looking for, of course.
This is, now, in between second slip and gully, Max Holden doing the fielding down there over the boundary. Off as a concussion sub, going the wrong way with it. And 4 runs. 257 for 4. Much he said it almost felt, as well as he timed it the previous 4, it was a little loose and playing a long way away from the body. Similarly so this time, and edged in between second slip and gully.
Tooting's most famous then, go
on. Frank Bruno went to school across the road to where the house I grew up.
We were talking about music.
Jimmy White, well, the most famous, I don't know, the most famous Tooting musicians.
There'll be a lot of them.
You went to motorsport. Here's Bamber bowls and again plays a similar drive, and does get it away in the same region in front of backward point, but won't get 4 for it. He'll get a couple, and it was uppish this time. He does play a little bit away from the body there on the drive on the front foot, doesn't he? Rather scooping a little. But a couple more to win the over. 259 for 72 done. And Jimmy White, of course, the whirlwind.
Oh, I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 most famous Tooting exports.
Cricketing-wise, Shropshire's only ever produced 1 international cricketer, I think. And that's Andy Lloyd, who played for England once in 1 test match. So there were some people wondering whether Joe Clark, who's now at Nottinghamshire, of course, he's a Shropshire lad, whether he would play. And then I was hoping that in the women's game that Eve Jones might get a go. She of the Central Sparks and that neck of the woods. But it doesn't seem fits to be. But you know, remain ever hopeful. 2:59 for 4 here. Villas is on 89.
Well, when the national county thing gets going, you can make sure that the Shropshire
Yadav comes in and bowls over the wicket into the pads. Well,
you can make the Shropshire leading the charge.
Shropshire did have. Well, I mean, there are a few Shropshire cricketers play county cricket. Obviously, Ed Barnard being, you know, one of the, I suppose, more high-profile ones in the game at the moment. But Steve Grisovich, he of Coventry City FA Cup winning fame and all that sort of stuff, he played cricket for Shropshire. Next ball bowled and forward and back up to the bowler. There'll be no run. So you know, there's a little bit of crossover there.
Who was the Shropshire manager that was on at Trent Bridge a couple of years back because you got very excited?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't the manager. That was Ted Hemsley, who is more famous for Sheffield United than he is for Shrewsbury. Villas here. Meantime, for Lancashire, he's on 89. Next ball, swept and lovely. That's a beautiful sweep shot, actually. Races along the ground. There's a man out there, so a sliding stop. 2 runs. Villas will move to 91. I'm going to move aside because Reed's one of those that doesn't. He's not bothered about whether he's on for a set, but I want him to be on for this one.
For what? Oh,
if he gets there. If he gets there, he's on 91.
Well, hold on. It would be me to move aside. Sun's out, Kev. Briefly, but sun was out there for a second.
Was it?
It was.
Villas wait for this one. That's almost as if somehow the ball stopped and then went forward again. He was down there ages, wasn't he? Almost too early for that one. But manages to fend it away, play it away off the leg side. 261 for 4, lead of 67. And I think initially he said wait, and then off they set for a single square. So he moves to 92. Bell on 21. He's going to take a fresh card here. Yeah, they were off for a little while there, but the umpires were quite quick getting them back out there.
Has your ploy worked to get the lemon drizzle tomorrow yet? Have you said it enough times that it will now happen?
No, and it wasn't a ploy. I was actually praising, and rightly so, and
the ginger cake. Yeah,
the ginger cake. Just how fantastic it was.
Ginger cake.
But I wasn't after any more. That's just cheeky and rude. Oh no! It's into the hands and out again. I think that actually got down to Higgins there. Oh dear! I mean, it's a difficult. He's falling backwards, isn't he? But I think he was into the hands. 262 for 4, and Bell still there on 21. Take a look at this one again, Kev.
Yeah, it's the problem. Weight on the heels there for Higgins. Mind you, it was quite sharp, wasn't it? Just outside his right shin.
Yeah, and actually he fell back after he tried to grab it. Actually, just looking at it, he was to his right hand. Oh yeah, low down. Look, if he takes that, we'll be talking about it for quite some time, won't we?
Yep.
But technically, it goes down.
It's a chance, and he's disappointed to miss it. You know, I was saying earlier when Eskenazi came back on, Eskenazi is usually the slip fielder, then Robson at second. They've left Higgins at slip in this game for the seamers. I don't know whether they just don't want to change it up mid-game. So Eskenazi's been out in the covers. But always for the spinner, it is Higgins at slip.
This is you.
Bamba, slip and a gully. And this is clipped to mid-wicket. Fine tumbling stop by Higgins, who doesn't look happy. Oh, rueful. A rueful Higgins. 263 for 4. Bell 21, Villas 93. Bamba from the pavilion end. Off he goes. Ball's now and Bell forward, easing into the offside. It's fielded the covers by Eskenazi. It almost feels like it's covered up, that pavilion at the moment, doesn't it? You've got such a big sight screen. You've got the big draping as well down in front of one of, I assume, the committee rooms. Much like Lord's either side of.
It looks like it could easily turn into one of those massive city deck chairs. That bit on the right-hand side. As we look out right-hand side, left-hand side.
I could see you sat in
that. Bouncing and out.
Bamba bowls and he's full, pushed into the onside and there's no run. But it feels like you can barely There's so many bright spots on that pavilion. It's been a little bit critical of me, I know, but
I was saying earlier today, I'd love to actually go back in. There's nothing stopping me technically, I guess, from being polite and everything. Just have a look around, because we used to spend so much time in that pavilion when the dressing room was over there. And
I'm not sure I've ever been in, you know.
Have you not? It's a lovely...
19 years, I don't know if I've
just
been in
superb. The umpires were there at one level, then you'd have the away team, and then the home team, the left-hand side as we look at it, right-hand side of the pavilion.
Bamba balls. Oh, onto the pads. Is it going down? Yes, it is. And it does indeed deflect down to long leg, giving you an idea of the angle. Right arm over to the right-handed Bell. Had our Fields, leg by signals. 264 for 4.
That's a lovely... I hate using this word traditional, because it's used against cricket, especially if people aren't, but it has a lovely historic feeling to it. You know, I mean, I've not been in there for years, but the rooms in there used to make you feel as though you were part of this continuous journey of cricket here at Old Trafford. It genuinely had that feel about it, that building.
Bamba balls and beats. Villas, forward defence, through to the keeper it goes. Am I being a little bit grumpy saying there's one, two, you know, I think that sheet doesn't help, does it? Because the pitch is so far across to the right, there has to be an extra sheeting put up, and it just feels like so much of the pavilion's covered. Then you've got the bit above the sight screen that is an additional sight screen filled in. Yeah. And welcome to Emirates Old Trafford.
Well, we're here to play a game of cricket, Kev.
No, but I'm now up to the signs. It's the signs I'm talking about. As
you
opposed
don't.
To just,
oh, you don't like
is there
the
one
sign?
too many signs in it? It feels as though it takes a little bit away from the old pavilion, doesn't it?
Kev. Nurse.
Bamba's in. Bowled. Oh, and a fiddle from Villas. Through it goes. Then a naughty little effort that was from Villas. I was going to say something else there.
You were going to call it a naughty fiddle. and it was.
It was a naughty fiddle, but
it was a fiddle and it was naughty.
I thought I'd be in trouble with you if I said that.
No. You say it.
I had stopped myself mid-sentence.
And he was very annoyed with himself for doing it.
In fact, I couldn't even finish the next sentence having stopped myself in the last one.
Oh, come now. But that would not have been a good way. Well, there'll be right now, my friend Villas, there'll be no good way for you to be out now. Until you get to those 3 figures. No good way.
Definitely a bad way to go. 264 for 4.
Anyway, it's Bell.
You're a bad influence, Howells.
Who's on 21. Again, there's a slip in. Almost got a wicket. Last ball of that last over. Mind you, that's been cut away and with more certainty. And it races well past slip and also the man that's sort of backward point gully area. And it's going to be 4 runs. 4 runs for Bell, he moves to 25. And Lancashire to 268 for 4. That's where we're at. The lights are on. And just a small number of people have braved it today because the temperature's not been great. And I think the forecast didn't really suggest that you should get yourself out and come to the ground, especially next ball. Leans back, it's in the air. Where's this gone out? Leg side is gone. I think it's going to fall safe. In between 2 fielders it is. It's going to be just the 2 runs in the end. I was looking for that a little bit deeper than where it ended up. But Bell's to 27. 270 for 4. Well, there's a bit more about it all since they took them off for a bit of bad luck, a bit of drizzle. As again, Yadav bowls, and defensively George Bell into the offside. I don't know, there's something about the lad, I just keep on wanting to call him George. It's as if he's just want to put your arm around him and say, come on George, lad. If I tell you what, he's a good cricketer, he's a very good cricketer, and that's played square by George Bell for a single. Races through. So he moves to 28. Now Villas is on 93, and I've been getting just a little bit worried for this man, Dane Villas, in the last couple of overs. Surely he's not going to be nervous, is he? I mean, I know that it's his last season here and all that, but is he? Yadav. And will there be a run? Oh no, get yourself back in or not? Or is he going to be run out? No, he's not run out. Oh, he went down 2 or 3 yards, turns back in. The throw came in really quickly. The bails were whipped off, but he got himself back in. Oh, this is why I'm nervous at the moment, Kevin.
I reckon we got a side on as that as well, haven't we?
Well, we see just how close it was. Who's with the throw?
I'll have to tell you. Oh.
That is mightily close.
Where's the side on? There was a side on of a moment ago. I'll have to play that one again. Oh dear.
Oh, and he's grazed. He's
Here we go. This is going to be the side on, isn't it? I'll tell you who the
fielder
fielder is now.
Oh, he's a bit of a slip and a slide. He gets his bat back in.
Oh no, I can't see from that angle.
No,
it's Higgins.
Yeah.
Well, from the other angle, it looked very tight, didn't it? But on-field umpire, he's got to go about his favour, really, hasn't he? If it's that tight.
You see, as a neutral, I'm with the individual. So
he's hurt his arm, actually. He's in pain here, Villas, isn't he? Is he? He's just...
No, he's...
Was that just a grimace of...
No, it's a grimace. It's a grimace. Yeah, and worked away behind square. That's a little more settling on the onside for a single. You see, forgive me, because Middlesex obviously would love to see the back end of Villas, but he is a man who's playing in his last season here for Lancashire, and he's served them well. And he's on 94. Go on.
You'll be pleased to see the back end of me, won't you, Kev?
No, not at all. 272 for 4. Villas on 94. Then Bell on 28. And at these times, though, it's good to turn to the left and find a steadying influence in Scott Reed. Scott, you can talk to him. He's making me nervous.
I can tell, yeah.
Making me nervous.
I can tell.
Oh dear.
Get him with his naughty fiddles. Deary me. That was making me nervous.
Yeah. Well, but it's certainly busier.
No, it is. Yeah.
In the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's a bit more energy about, isn't there, really? Bamba from the Anderson end, 272 for 4. Defended by Dame Villas. And there is no run lead of up to 78. So they've rattled on here pretty quickly, haven't they, Lancashire, to push their lead on, starting 2 o'clock behind. And now 78 in front. Wicket of Luke Wells, the only one to go today. And then caught by Simpson. It's a brilliant catch, who then actually went to go and whip the bails off. It was fine keeping from Simpson off the bowling of Yadaf. Wells for 97. Bamba to Villas. Eased away through the leg side for 1. Takes him to 95. 273 for 4 now.
It's quite charming to think that Villas just might be a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Because this any century is a moment.
Yeah.
But in the context of the fact that he's soon to depart, I bet it's in his thinking, it's in his mind.
Bell waiting as Bamba's in and bowls. That's a lovely shot by Bell. Gorgeous clip away through mid-wicket. It's gone for 4. Timed to perfection by Bell. 32 he moves on to. 277 for 4. Just eased out through that leg side. Beautiful shot. 50 partnership. 53 they've added together from 89 balls. Backing up what we were saying before about how quickly Lancashire have actually pressed on and scored. Wells and Villas went from a 50 partnership to a 100 partnership pretty quickly, and these two have got to 53 between them. Lead now is 83. Bamba to Bell. Takes a single, just worked away through the leg side for 1. Moves on to 33 not out, to 78 for 4. Bringing Villas back on strike. Best score of the season for Dame Villas, this. Bamba in. Plays forward, the ball beats him. Looks down towards the pitch and then back towards the keeper.
Do you think, as you say, this is his best score of the season, do you think, and following a lovely chat with you last night as well, do you think that he might think, well, maybe I'll give it another go? Another year?
I might to change my mind. I might do one more year. 95 not out, 278 for 4. Final ball of the over. Bamba to Villas. It's defended to mid-off. And there is no run. 76 overs gone, so a new ball will be available in 4 overs time for Middlesex, but it potentially feels all a little bit late, doesn't it, really, that new ball coming for them. Lead already is 84 and there's still 6 wickets left for Lancashire.
There's so much reason for Middlesex, though, to keep their foot on the pedal here.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons is that this is part of this battle, which is not going to end today or tomorrow. It's going to end in a couple of weeks' time in this championship season of fighting relegation, and anything they can pick up in terms of positivity and good energies to take with them into the next game and then the next game after that, they need to be working at, and they need to be thinking about. But right now in this game, it's, well, I suppose this sort of pretty much sums up where they are in the championship table as well, doesn't it? You know, up against it, backs against the wall, and making the best of a bad lot at the moment, really. I mean, what's Nottinghamshire score there? 113 for 5 Nottinghamshire, following on. Trail Kent by 68 runs. James on 16, Clark on 21. And Yadav about to ball his 30th over, 29 overs, 2 for 109. At the moment, his captain has a word with him. He's going to keep on going here. They've called it a day at Birmingham. Don't think they've got a ball bowled in there today. Warwickshire 142 for 4 and Northampton 250 all out. They're all but goners. So it's Yadav to come to Bell, who's on 33, and driven in the direction of mid-on. Single for Bell, he moves to 34. Villas on 95. He's faced 149 deliveries for that 95. Oh, there'll be plenty willing him onto that century. Plenty. Perhaps they're not looking, perhaps they're sitting in the same seat they've been sitting in for the last 2 or 3 hours. As he sweeps this one, keeps it down, it's just going to get him a single. Down towards fine leg. So he moves up to 96 for 150 balls now, puts Bell back on strike on 34. A little chat between Toby Rowland-Jones and Mark Stoneman. Stoneman thinks he's come up with a cunning plan, and Rowland-Jones is not for it. And oh, it's arms in the air from Stoneman. But still, we carry on. Yadav bowls, plays back foot, punched straight to the fielder in the covers, no run. Stoneman thought he had a bit of a plan there, but his captain wasn't for having it. Something to do with sending maybe something out a little bit deeper on the leg side. They're mid-wicket. Bell bends those knees, and they push the ball square for a single. He moves to 35, 281 for 4, 87 in front. It's all gone quiet again. Expectancy of this fella, Dane Villas, on 96. His last season for Lancashire. Could be a big moment, this. Could be a big moment. Just worked away through mid-wicket for a single. He's going to make that ball just tick along there. He's on to 97. I'm going to say it because it's my job just to talk at the moment, not put any curse on things, but he looks a bit more settled than he did a couple of overs ago. I'm happier with this approach towards the century. 1 ball left of the over. Toby Rowland-Jones looks as if he's going through a few stretching exercises there. New ball on the way, of course. And forward prod from Bell. No run. 282 for 4. 77 overs. Final over. I say the final over. That was the final ball of the over. And Giant Yadav 30 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 113 now for this lead at 88. What have we got in terms of overs left today? Where's that?
21, bottom left.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As ever, as we say at this time of the year, if we get those in, we'll all be lucky bunnies. I'm not too sure as we will.
No. Well, it's been an issue in the last couple of nights. Cloud cover, floodlights on, so the umpire's a bit twitchy. Josh DeCaries coming into the attack, replacing Ethan Bamber from the James Anderson end. 3 over spell since we got underway from Bamber being replaced. 2 for 51 DeCaries. Wickets of Keaton Jennings, got him LBW for 29, and then he bowled Phil Salt for 0 with the Bohannon dismissal from Yadav in the middle of all that. There was 3 wickets yesterday afternoon. Felt something potentially was happening for Middlesex, but it feels like a long time ago now. 282 for 4. So Dane Velas on strike, 97 not out. Keeper crouching down behind the stumps. Josh DeCaries is in to Velas. He's just taking a single, dropping the ball away into the offside, jogging through for 1 and moving to 98. And it's 283 for 4.
How long did it take for that over to start there? Eh? There's a lot of chatting going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pointing. We're off again. We're go a bit deeper, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, deep backward point being pushed out towards the boundary rope. DeCaries to Bell. Yeah, and through he goes for 1. He's dropping the ball into the offside. Shuffling through for a single. 36 now to George Bell. Lead is exactly 90. Villas on 98. 284 for 4. Waits does Villas, plays forward and defends. And there's no run. Walks away towards square leg, and there's a little moment, and then settles back into his crease. He's 3 balls remaining of this over. Ground is quiet. DeCaries to Villas. Paddles the ball away behind square just for a single. On to 99. 285 for 4. Lead moves on to 91. Brings Bell back on strike. DeCaries to Bell. Forward in defence. And there is no run. 3 singles off the over. This is the final ball coming up. Josh DeCaries just dropping mid-on a little deeper, about 10 yards away from the rope at long on. In defence from Bell. And that's the end of the over. 285 for 4. 78 overs gone. 2 until the new ball. These 2 batting still nicely for Lancashire. 2 players at opposite ends of their careers. Bell having been given his debut by Dane Velas last season. Will he be there to see him reach 3 figures for the first time?
Of course. Well, I'll come back to that later if we must. You see those tiger print undershorts that Jennings was wearing?
I noticed them, yeah.
Did you try not to notice them?
They're quite lively, them, aren't they?
As is the wind there on the old flags, the old Union flag flying there, along with St George's flag on that iconic building. Look out, look out. So this is Toby Rowland-Jones coming back on. This is 78 overs, so this isn't the new ball. We're very close to it. But is he coming on just to spoil the party for Dane Velas today? Toby, what's happened to you? You used to be such a nice young man one time a day. But yes, it's the heat of battle.
It is.
It is. Then he's not going to get this rod easily. 99 not out. Dane Velas. He's going to make Toby Rowland-Jones wait now. Yeah, settle down. I tell you, I'm probably more nervous than he is, but he's still nervous. Roland Jones comes into Villas, who's on 99, cuts the ball away. Will they go through for one? Beats the field? Yes, they will. In fact, they get one, they'll come back for two. It's the century for Dane Villas, his last season, and what a way to bid farewell to Lancashire. He served them so well over the last 7 years, 4 as captain, and that is century number 25 in first-class cricket. The bat is raised, look at them up as well, the players on the balcony cheering him on, applauding him. What a shame there aren't more in, but those that are in are those that probably know more than most exactly what he's brought to this club over the last few years, and what a way to say farewell. 103 not out, Lancashire at 289 for 4. Just amazing stuff from Villas over these past years, and as I say, I'm personally delighted for him. Just terrific moment for Dane Villas and for Lancashire. Meantime, Roland Jones is in, and that's played down towards the gully area and no run. But you've seen much more of him.
It's his 10th century for Lancashire, and I wonder whether that will mean perhaps the most, really, right at the very end of his time with the club, to have scored his 10th century. There'll be quite a bit of emotion in there, I'm sure, for Dane Villas. It is a magnificent way for him to sign off what has been, as you described beautifully in commentary there, Kevin, a magnificent 7 years with the club.
Roland Jones bowls to him now, and that is pulled away there on the leg side, and it's going to be another 4. No doubt those runs are now going to come a little bit more free-flowing. Now he's got past the 100 mark. Middlesex will hope not, of course, but he picks up a century there at leg side, takes the score to 293 for 4. You causing havoc?
He's just tripped me up.
I'm not surprised.
He's left a trap for me there, look.
I'm not surprised.
If that was a building site now,
you'd sue him.
Yeah.
Roland Jones, meantime, back into Villas, who's on 107 now. Slip goes down. There's a gully as well, driven to mid-off. They'll come through for 1. Have to be a bit sharpish about it. Moves to 108, 294 for 4. I'm here for the individuals, as you know. Kev, I'm delighted for him.
Reid only just made that before his update as well, didn't he? To be on
I'm pleased he's been able to go off. He'll have a little moment himself, I think.
He will.
I think he'll have a moment. Don't look. Don't embarrass the kid. But he'll get over it. I mean, this slowly will dawn on Villas in a few moments' time. He's got to come up and be talked to
again. I thought that was where you were going with it earlier. If he doesn't get a century, he doesn't have to come up here again.
No, but Roland Jones. Oh, that squares up Bell a little.
Strange to have only had 4 overs from Roland Jones. 79 overs into the Lancashire innings.
And your reasoning?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, it's not injury because he's still bowling, isn't he? So.
Yeah. Well.
Bowlers under-bowl themselves as captain? I mean, he opened up with Higgins and Bamber, didn't he?
Mm. Well, perhaps he isn't. 100%. Who knows? Bell's on 36. A little prod into the onside, and Villas goes as if to set off and turns around and comes back again. So the end of the over. The 294 for 4. Bell on 36. Villas on 108. And this lead now is exactly 100 runs. And we've got issues here in the game for Middlesex. Yeah, and it's very much, as I say, like the relegation battle itself in Division 1. Middlesex have no real idea, and they've no real idea of where this game is going. They know they've got a battle on their hands, just like they do in the relegation fight as well. They don't know how that's going. But the bit of concern, I guess, Kevin, is the fact that they also don't give the impressions they've got much control over it either. Not too much of a hand on the tiller of direction. It's as if almost waiting to see what happens with other teams, and they're not too certain of themselves at all out there, are they?
The game that got away. Here's De Carey's bowls, and this ball's clipped out to deep mid-wicket attractively by Villas. Is he up in the tempo out there for a little go at Middlesex tonight? Oh, a slip and a slide, and he's pushed it. Oh, no, well, there should have been a 4th there, but I'm not sure Villas saw the, I say error in the field. It was long on running around, pushed it back to Bamber, but pushed it the other side of him, didn't he? Bamber then had to put on the handbrake, turn and go back and collect the ball. They've come back for 3, but it would have been a comfortable run 4, I think, if Villas had have seen the Slight bit of confusion. Bamber is apologising to Long On as this ball swept away to short fine leg with brilliant tumbling stop by Dan O'Driscoll, and they come through for a single. Outstanding running, good fielding by the young keeper O'Driscoll. Rolled to his right and then through to the gloves of the senior man Simpson. O'Driscoll, who's been released by Middlesex at the end of the season, but he and Max Harris and Toby Greatwood still with the club through to the end of the campaign, so out there as a sub-fielder at the moment. Part of, well, obviously we discussed it last night, but cost-cutting at the county, they're going to have to have their budgets trimmed at the moment, aren't they, and a tight eye on the playing budget, which was part of that ECB statement. So those three were announced about a month or two ago. Here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball swept away down to deep backward square leg, where O'Driscoll will come in and collect. They're thinking two, and back they come for the second. How's his arm? It's not bad, is it, for a keeper? He's got a pretty strong arm. Not that keepers should have weak arms, but more accustomed to being the one receiving the ball with the gloves.
He's another, looks about 12.
300 up. Second batting point for Lancashire. Middlesex still 2 wickets shy of a second bowling point. 80th over of the innings, only 30 overs to play with. To get another 5 wickets. To Carey's from the pavilion end, lovely bit of flight. It's just tickled fine a mid-wicket. A single for Villas moves him to 114. I do feel for O'Driscoll, Harris and Greatwood, because Harris got his first wicket in a T20 game at Lords. I'm trying to think, was it Van der Merwe? It was felt a pretty big wicket. He was pumping it all around Lords, and Harris came and got him. Looks a decent young bowler, and Greatwood likewise bowled well in the One Day Cup last year, as this ball's given a bit of flight. This is driven away by Bell out to deep point for a single. 38 for Bell, 302 for 4, and O'Driscoll hasn't had a chance in the first team in any format yet, but came through with a fair bit of chatter about the bout of runs that he scored, the young wicket-keeper. And yeah, it felt like 2 young bowlers that showed us out a bit of promise, but that squad is going to have to be pretty tight. Looking at that ECB statement yesterday, in the coming years, as here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's cut away out to deep backward point for a single by Villas, moves to 115. 303 for 4. 80th over of the innings. It's done, so second new ball's available. Oh, you're sitting back, crossing your arms like you're going to ask me a question.
Well, I'm just thinking that with everything you've just talked about,
yeah,
Mr. Sunshine Man.
Yeah.
But fair enough, reality. Gosh, if they could stay in Division 1.
Massive.
Because with everything else you've just been talking about, end up in Div 2 on the back of that, that's not going to be the easiest way of getting back up into the first division, is it, from there?
No, I think it'd be huge for us to stay
how many years were you in Div 2 again before you came up? Far too many. And that, I mean...
Well, they were relegated 2006, going way back, and they were then down 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. They were promoted 2011, so they were down for 5 years that time. So they were back up 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16? The title, and then relegated the next year. Then they were down 18, 19. Well, then there was the COVID years, wasn't there? So, but yeah, it wouldn't be a welcome immediate return to Division 2. And I think, you know,
well, no, they need something to go their way, don't they? 303 for 4 here, Lancashire. That's not going their way. That's for defence and into the offside. Roland Jones. Did he take the new ball? I was busy chatting away with you.
No, that's the old ball still in hand, isn't it? Looking at the very young Dan O'Driscoll, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
I think Ealing's his club. Could be wrong, but yeah, there was a lot of promise. So good luck to those three anyway, Harris, Greatwood and O'Driscoll.
It's not the end. It's not.
Well, you know, usually have young players released like that, haven't really had a chance. You think, well, the counties don't fancy them, but equally the squad's being trimmed.
Villas on 115. Played behind square on the offside. There's no run. I mean, look at me. Look at me at my age.
I know. Still got lofty ambitions.
Lofty ambitions. Best years ahead of me.
I wouldn't go that far, but lofty ambitions.
If the young lad wants a bit of a pep talk, send him to me tonight. I'll give him a pep talk. I'll tell him there's a long way to go yet.
Reed was a bit doom and gloom, having hit 40, wasn't he?
Well, understandable. Because he's also seen the flip side. He's seen Church and me, what's happened to us, and well, that's not going to inspire him particularly, is it? Bell's on 38. Next ball floated in, and driven along the ground by Bell.
Well, he's got me to look to for inspiration, Kev.
Oh, we all look to you for inspiration. We never
Stop
find
it, Reed.
we never find it, but we look. 305 for 4. Villas here, maybe is inspirational. Look at this, a lead of 111, and Villas is on 116. Now we've, fingers crossed, a few overs to go here. Floodlights are on, and you can see some shadows being cast off the players, but let's hope that doesn't drastically and dramatically change. A little bit of width and driven straight to the fielder. Villas is playing now, and I'm with him. It all just feels a little bit easier than when he was in the 90s.
Oh, get that second new ball in hands. That's what Roland Jones is waiting for here, really.
Well, yeah.
I need these wickets. As you say, he's playing with a bit of freedom. All of a sudden, that ball, second new ball seams, and boom, you got your breakthrough.
Yeah, bends the knees, does Villas, and forward defence. Oh, holds the pose. It's down on one knee. It was like I'm going to call that the proposal shot, where he gets down on one knee, just holds the bat up and says, "Will you marry me? Will you accept this ring?" 305 for 4. One ball left to the 81st over, so that new ball is available but not being taken by this man because he's the Middlesex captain as well as being the current bowler. Worked again straight to the fielder. That's Mark Stoban with a very firm throw to the keeper. End of the over, 305 for 4. Bell on 39, Villas on 116, but that lead is 111 runs. 17 overs remain of the day's play today. Oh, and it's time for me to.
No.
Oh, I believe it is.
No,
but only if convenient for my close friend and colleague. Oh,
hey, feet up.
That'll be one more.
He's seeking inspiration.
He could have just said no, thank you. Instead
he's off on social media.
Oh, is he? He'll be sharing his personal thoughts on Dane. Yeah, that's what he'll be doing, telling everybody what he thinks. I think he's already written a piece for the website. Yeah, that's already up there. So, if you want to read and see what he thinks, how he feels, what's happening here?
I don't know. It must have been an emotional moment when De Carey's picked up a wicket with his first ball at Old Trafford, isn't it? He was quite. He didn't go too far last night himself. He held back a little bit when I had a few questions with him on that. Gives this one a bit of flight, and it's driven away out to a deep backward point for a single. 306 for 4. I try not to overdo it, as I know you do as well.
Me?
Yeah, I know you try not to overdo it.
I said to Reed, he said he should have had Villas crying last night in his last season. He didn't do it, and you didn't get Josh crying here at Manchester.
It's probably his dad that we needed up here to get him crying, wasn't it?
No,
Say, your son's just taken a wicket, first ball at Old Trafford.
The emotion was something a little bit different, actually. It was for the game, the emotion, wasn't it? It was a real sit-up moment.
Forward goes Villas, pushing back up the track in the style. It was, but equally that made a great part of the story, though, didn't it? To say that it was De Carey's that did it.
Do you know, there's one thing about young people, as you and I know more of, because we've got kids of our own. They really don't care about those things. It's all about today and tomorrow, not yesterday.
De Carey's bowls, and this is swept away out to deep backward point. 307 for 4. That's actually a very.
So.
That's possibly.
Yeah.
The most on the button comment I've heard from you in all our years together. You're absolutely right. He wouldn't have thought twice about it, would he? That's why I said that. It was probably his dad he needed to speak to. Wicket for your lad, first ball at Old Trafford. As this ball's turned away for a single through square leg. 308 for 4. Mentioned the Middlesex clubs. He came through Radlett, who are indeed in Hertfordshire, but very much a Middlesex base. Second 11 home at Radlett, and play a fair number of their outground matches there now. Lovely spot. Have you been to Radlett? Yeah, haven't you? It's a lovely spot, Radlett.
No.
No?
I've done that one with a clock across the road. What's that one? Uxbridge?
The clock across the road?
Yeah.
Is there a clock across the road at Uxbridge?
Well, I don't know. No, Southgate.
Oh yeah, Waterfall Road in Adelaide. The Adelaide.
Yeah, because there was a bit of a mistake, wasn't there, on the clock once for a last over. I seem to remember the match played at Southgate.
Actually, I remember that.
Yeah.
It's Carey's bowls, and this is swept around the corner by Villas to the fielder at 45. Yadav, no run.
And
One run, sorry.
I once got sunstroke at Southgate. I wasn't there working. I was just there watching. It was Sussex versus Middlesex. It was around
What year was that?
2009. Well, late 90s.
Oh, I was about to say, before my time.
So I remember Southgate for that. Not Dunradlet.
It's Carey's bowls, and this is driven out to deep cover for a single by Bell. Moves to 42, 310 for 4. Merchant Taylor School. That's
I was going to say, I've been to that place. That was the place that I thought if I'd come here, I would have got a few more O levels.
2.
That's a bit harsh. If true.
Where else?
Oh, what's he doing with his bails? Look, he's got his bails here.
Sorry?
Look at his bails in his light meter.
Ooh.
And it is a bit shiny off those bails, isn't it? Are you prepared to come in here now? Yeah, okay.
Kevin House. Be back with us later or tomorrow, depending on light and commitments, I swear. 310 for 4. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Well, nothing was as pointless as yesterday, is it? When we came on after waited 45 minutes and then had 3 balls or something and then went off for bad light.
Is that what it was? I can't remember. Banished it from my memory.
Yeah, something daft like that, yeah. Here's Toby Rowland-Jones with Bell on 42. Shot by Bell. Punched away firmly, but to mid-off where Yadaf fields.
Why are they not taking a second new ball, Scott?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's all a bit flat out there, isn't it? Well, Rowland-Jones into his 3rd over of this spell, but not taking the second new ball.
A lead of 116 for Lancashire. And Jones in, nudged away off the pads by Bell to mid-wicket, no run. Presumably they're worried about how quickly Lancashire are scoring. They're worried about how quickly Lancashire are getting in front. The possibility of it. I'm trying to leave Manchester with a draw.
Yeah. But then saying that, really, they've got to be thinking about points here, haven't they? They're 2 away from a second bowling point, and they mustn't leave it too late. You don't get to the 108th over and think, oh, we still need 2 wickets for another bowling point.
Oh, Jones in, flicked up towards mid-on by Bell. Gets through for 1. Are those extra bowling points more important than trying to absolutely secure that they get a draw from the game?
I don't know. Are they doing that at the moment, though?
I don't know.
Their best chance of slowing Lancashire down, surely, is taking wickets, isn't it?
Yeah.
43 from 63 is healthy from Bell, and Villas has upped it a little since he moved to the century.
11 for 4. Jones comes over the wicket to Villas, fires in the Yorker.
Ooh. A little chat between bowler and...
Was.
He could carry back today, but it was nearly scooped back to him.
Picked up by Yadaf in the end at mid-off. 311 for 4, lead of 117. 15 overs left today. So if we can get them in, that's quite a lot.
Villas last night, he did talk about this pitch breaking up, didn't he? And there haven't really been any signs of that today.
Rowland-Jones to Villas, muscled out through the leg side. Gets through for a single. And moves on to 119, 312 for 4. Brings Bell back on strike. Well, it was, wasn't it? I mean, either side of the bad light and the rain yesterday afternoon, especially when De Carey's and Yadaf were bowling, looked like lots was happening. Ball was turning sharply. It looked difficult to buy. It looked like that was the moment for Middlesex.
Oh, it was, yeah.
But kind of factors conspired a little bit.
Well, they had that moment before lunch, didn't they, when they were raring to go and the rain fell. Early lunch taken.
Bell gets a single, nicely played, just leans into it, pushes up towards mid-on. Through they go for 1. And Bell moves on to 44 not out, 313 for 4, a lead of 119.
Yeah, look at the radar. To your right, it's raining everywhere, apart from Manchester.
Yeah, that's
you got to take a picture of that, Scott. Surely that's one for the photo album. That's one for the mantelpiece. That
it's a
rain everywhere, apart from Manchester.
There it is on the live stream.
Beautiful.
Now. We're right in the middle of that. Yeah, surrounded by rain all around, but clear above us.
didn't realise Huddersfield was so close. It's basically North Manchester, isn't it? Look at that. Right around the corner, that, isn't it? But Huddersfield's closer than Burnley, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, it is.
That map looks a bit...
Are you saying that map's not...
Yeah, that map's...
On that map, Huddersfield's closer than Burnley.
Might look like it, but...
You would say that as the Burnley man, though.
I'm sure it is.
So Burnley's more Scotland than Manchester, than Lancashire.
Burnley's more Cumbria.
To carries at the pavilion ends. Oh, gee, there's Middlesex playing at Radlett in Hertfordshire, so I shouldn't be perking, and Richmond in Surrey, so I shouldn't be perking up too much.
Got to spread the game, Kevin.
Exactly, exactly. It's to carries. Bowls, and this ball's tickled to mid-wicket, where there's a quick agreement that there's no run there because Stoneman's charging in. Former Surrey man. They're not in action this week, are they? Sorry. Round off.
Yeah, round off. Yeah.
Probably should know that 3 days into the round, but to carries bowls, and this is cut hard out to deep cover, and there's a long chase for a scampering Higgins, I do believe that is. It is. No, it's not. It's Jack Davies. Batted well for an hour in the tough start to the Middlesex innings. Davies going to have to show a little bit more grit like that tomorrow, aren't they? And well, there was a lot of talk about being positive at the start of their first innings, Middlesex. And should they have been more positive, that will not be the way they'll be starting their second innings at the rate this is going. To carries bowls, and this is dabbed into the offside, and there's no run. To carries, who was an opening bat, now at 8, off spinning all-rounder. But yeah, they'll all have to be digging in to try and take 5 points for the draw. Well, ideally a couple more with the ball as well at the moment. They've only got 1 bonus point in this match as Carries gives it a huge amount of flight, and it's driven hard again. To Carries, Davis is able to get around, hold them to a couple. Bell is on to 48 from 68 balls, 317 for 4.
Yeah, it's 14 left today. There's full day tomorrow if the weather behaves. Could actually be quite a long day for Middlesex for the bat tomorrow, potentially.
Carries a lot of flight, bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. 317 for 4. Just got a message from David Townsend, who loves nothing more than to gloat, does he? A couple of quick wickets in the morning. They're in this, DT. 317 for 4, 1 wicket in the day, and that was from Wells charging down the track to bring up his century. Carries a bit of flight, bumped back by Bell. Did Carries just turn around and ask, how's that? Politely. He seemed to turn quickly to the umpire there, didn't he? Cheekily, perhaps. There's a familiar figure for these parts. Lancashire League, 11 years of age, wasn't he, John Simpson? Youngest to ever play first 11, if I do recall. Then to Lords and the MCC Young Cricketers. He's 4th in line or something, wasn't he, at Lancashire, in the pecking order of keepers. So down to the MCC Young Cricketers, then on to Middlesex. Too many make it from the MCC Young Cricketers on anymore, really, are they? Kind of get into the systems, academies of the counties now. Clive Radley for years was head of the MCC Young Cricketers, wasn't he? Radders, he got a mention, didn't he, on day 1 from Bumble? About a nudging and nerdling. There'll be 1 there. Quick, turn that into 2. Enjoyed that, listening to Bumble talking about Radders. Radders would have been tuned in as well. He'd have enjoyed that mention. He's often at the Middlesex. He's rarely not at the Middlesex. He's rarely not at the Middlesex game. Higgins on at the.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? What's he doing? Well, is it new ball? Oh, it's new ball. There we go. There we are. So Roland Jones bowled with the old ball. There's the thing. Toby Roland Jones, the strike bowler for, well, what, a decade for Middlesex. He hasn't bowled with the new ball in the first innings, and he's just bowled 3 overs with the old ball in the second, and has now thrown it over to Higgins.
I can say he didn't start with the new ball, did he?
No. Higgins and Bamba. Yeah, Something I was pondering, there was a lot being talked about again on day one about Middlesex batting lineup, and
it's Higgins. That's a great take by Simpson, looping away to his left-hand side.
Off the hip, was it? Just looped up a bit.
Yep.
Well, it took something, and the cry was catchy, and you thought, oh, he's got this, and then you realise actually it was looping and looping and looping, and it eventually got Simpson, didn't it?
3:17 for 4 then, so the new ball has been taken now.
But yeah, you go into this season, Roland Jones and Mercer are still start of the season, the opening pair, first game of the season against Essex.
Higgins has got the new ball, he's over the wicket to Villas, fallen off stump and driven to mid-off for a single. Villas to 120, not out, 318 for 4.
And then here at Lancashire in September, and the new ball's being taken by Higgins and Bamber, is it? One thing that fans get fed up of hearing about is transition, don't they? Oh, transition. It's always transition. As soon as something goes wrong, that's the excuse, isn't it? But I think there is much of a transition at the moment at Middlesex. But there's a little bit of a changing of the guards, and I think there's a distinction there, isn't there? That Mercer, here as a coach for this game, having very much wanted to play every game this season, wasn't happy when he was left out second round at Northamptonshire.
Higgins to Bell. He's dropped into the onside for 1. Moves to 49, 319 for 4.
But 2 games to go, one of them at Lords. Will Mercer play? He wasn't in the squad for this one. Mercer get a farewell at Lords, or was the Surrey game at Lords his last when he was... I think he was fending at one, he was caught behind. In his final innings with the bat, I don't think he bowled. If he did, maybe did. It was a short chase with Surrey thereafter, if memory serves, but yeah. So Roland Jones similarly, Roland Jones on the field and not taking the new ball in either occasion.
Higgins to Villas. That's flicked away off the hip towards mid-wicket for 1. 320 for 4. So the lead of 126 runs. We're in the 85th over of the Lancashire first innings. We've got 13 overs left in the day. Welcoming some new listeners from Sports Extra to Manchester, playing under floodlights.
What have we done with the old listeners from Sports Extra?
I don't know. Well, they're new to this game. So Higgins is into Bell. He's 49 not out. We've seen Dane Villas reach a century, his first of the season in his final year with the club. And Lancashire are now leading by 126 runs, and the bit of spark and energy that Middlesex were able to conjure up yesterday afternoon when De Carey's and Yadaf were bowling and took 3 quick wickets has all seemed to have evaporated as Bell punches this ball in towards extra cover. And there's no run. 85 overs gone, 320 for 4. Bellas 49 and Bellas on 121. And for Middlesex, with things developing today in Canterbury, where Nottinghamshire are still trailing, they're still 33 behind, following on at 148 for 5. And if Kent were to win that match, Kent starting 6 points behind Middlesex right at the bottom of Division 1, that would be potentially quite a significant week if results go as it looks like they may at the moment, heading into the final 2 rounds of the season.
Aye, it's a scrap at the bottom. The big amount of pressure. We were just talking, weren't we, about that game next week at Lords. Will Tim Mercer be playing in that one? Not in the squad for this one. Here as a coach. Start of the season, an opening pair of Mercer and Roland Jones. End of the season, Roland Jones is on the field. Mercer's not in the side, but Bamber running in with the second new ball. This is nudged out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Villas. He's on to 122. 3-2-1 for 4. Lancashire, Middlesex winning the toss, all out for 194. It's been 19 for 5. A huge recovery. They really are running the risk here, though, of seeing this turn into a pretty bad week for them with Kent's victory against Nottinghamshire on the cards. Bamber in, bowls, and Bell forward right in behind that. Bit of a surprise, it took him 4 overs to take the second new ball, but it is the opening bowl pairing. The opening bowling pairing of Bamber and Higgins, who are throwing the second new ball. Yeah, a bit of changing of the guard we were mentioning. For Middlesex, 2 slips go down. Deep gully. Deep point back on the rope. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. That's just fine of extra cover. And they'll get through for a single, which is Bell's 50. 50 from 75 balls, 4 fours. Outstanding from Bell. 322 for 4 Lancashire. Middlesex's real hope was a couple of quick wickets just to get things going. They had to wait a while to pick up Wells. When young Bell walked in, they'd have been saying, come on, this is the moment. Turn 1 into 2 and see if they can keep Lancashire somewhere close in this innings to make a game of it. Not so. Bamber bowls, Villas nonchalantly drives on the up, and it's out to deep point for a single. 3-2-3 for 4. And Bell so ably supporting Villas. 1-2-3. Former skipper, 38 years of age, ex-South African Test player, making his way towards the end of his time at Old Trafford. Doing so with a fine, fine century, an excellent partnership between these two. Middlesex, well, they're down but not out just yet, as here's Bamber. He bowls and cut hard by Bell. Moves to 51, deep point set back. Middlesex wary of runs at the moment. 100 partnership with that single from 151 deliveries. And yes, at 2-2-4 for 4, that was Middlesex's last real grab to try and keep some sort of control in this game. But at the moment, it looks as though they'll be up against it, having to salvage a draw on the final day, something they haven't particularly had to do or indeed done this year. As here's Bamber bowls, and that wraps on the pad of Dane Villas, who went hard at that one, played a all around it to seam, but I'm fancying he got a little inside edge because there was no appeal from anywhere. Replays a big clip over mid-wicket. They're getting on with it a little bit here. Batters come together at the end of the over, so just off the back of the century stand. 3-2-4 for 4, 87 overs bowled, so they lead by 130. And overs remaining today, 12. What do you reckon? Are they fancying 2 or 3 at Middlesex tonight?
Oh, I don't think so.
They're pushing on a bit here, aren't they? But maybe they're just thinking second new ball. I'm just thinking time tomorrow. Much, lost so much time in this game so far.
I say, what's the forecast tomorrow? But again, there's not much point looking at that. It's been a little bit kind of hit and miss, hasn't it, the last couple of days? It's Higgins from the State of Men with Bell on strike. Fires in a full ball, which Bell defends.
We're at Lancashire final round.
Canterbury.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's all eyes on you as well in the last round, Kent. Yeah. I was just thinking you could come to Trent Bridge if you had the round off. Watch the relegation scrap there, Middlesex and Nottinghamshire. But
Battle of the Bridge.
You'll see. You'll be watching. You'll be part of the relegation scrap.
Well, it could be happy days for Kent, couldn't they? If they win this week and next week, it could be feet up, happy days. Again, Higgins to Bell, looking to try and flick it away to the leg side. Drops it into the offside, and there's no run.
I mean, they've played a beaut this week, and absolutely rightly a batting surface you'd have thought for them. Win the toss, bat first. They've racked up the runs. I mean, Crawley, to be fair, huge runs. Put that scoreboard pressure on Nottinghamshire. This was Middlesex's fear, that strong Kent batting lineup. With 6 points the difference between them coming into this game, that Kent batting lineup in the 3 games alone, they could probably stay up in the batting points as just the only factor, really, even if they lost the games.
Yes, Crawley 158 for Kent in that first innings. Bell just defending. Turns the ball away to backward square leg. Sorry, backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, Crawley 158. Bell Drummond 60. Mayeye 35. Leaning 64. That big total of 4-4-6 all out. Then bowled Nottinghamshire up for 265. Put them back in straight away and have them at 155 for 5. But that is a recovery. There was 78 for 5 at one stage, but Joe Clark unbeaten at 48. Flashed away. What a shot by Bell. Goodness me. Out through mid-wicket with great deal of authority and style and class. Watch this back on the replay. Little shuffle forward. Oh, I think he enjoyed that. Goodness, terrific shot. 328 for 4 now.
He's got something about him, this lad, hasn't he? I mean, that almost nails it for me, that one. You've seen a few of them. It's a real flourish about what he does. A slight, slender figure. Far from the tallest, is he? But boy, oh boy, against the second new ball and against one of the mighty performers in Championship cricket, Ryan Higgins. I'll give him something to think about. He won't take that lightly.
Moves on to 55 with that. Higgins to Bell. Bends his knees, cuts it this time. The dressing room are quite enjoying it.
I was about to say, that's the balcony down below, isn't it?
It is. Single for Bell, 56 to him now, 329 for 4, lead of 135. Yeah, plenty of smiley faces on the Lancashire dressing room. Josh Barnon, Luke Wood, Luke Wells, Will Williams having the right old chuckle there, aren't they?
Who was the one doing his Pilates on the end? He was doing the little... you see Hal's doing it sometimes, don't you? And he's just in his commentary box. What do they call it, the scissors or something?
Higgins to Villas. Driven out through the offside again for 1. Moves on to 124, 330 for 4.
You stood behind, you're not impressed.
Doing the scissors? What are the scissors?
You're not a Pilates man?
No,
it's for your core, isn't it?
Is it? Right,
what was he doing? He was crossing his legs back and forth, wasn't he?
Didn't see.
Get the core fired up.
Ended the over, lead by 136.
He's got a decent core for a 38-year-old, isn't he, Dane Villas? Looking at him out there, there's not an inch of fat on him. He stands towering over Bell, who was barely an inch of muscle on him at the moment, is the Bell, but yeah, goodness me, when he packs out a bit. Oh, what have they got going on the balcony now? Having a look. They're playing tennis ball cricket, they are. Is that Bohannon? You can see on the screen.
And Salt, yeah.
Oh, that's Salt, isn't it? Yeah. Here's Bamba beginning the new over. Bowls, and this ball's onto the pads. He stepped a long way across, and that's it. Dane Villas has gone 124, a magnificent innings. Even from the angle we're at, it just felt as though he'd taken a little bit of a step across and a liberty as he tried to work that into the onside, and as soon as it beat the inside edge, Middlesex felt they had their man. So Villas will make his way off. 330 for 4. What a magnificent innings, Scott Reed.
It is. Brilliant way for him to sign off as he heads towards the final few days and games of his Lancashire career. He'll get an outstanding reception. Who knows when we'll see, if we'll see, Dane Villas batting again here at Emirates Old Trafford. And if we don't, then we've had 7 seasons of Villas, who has been absolutely outstanding. 4 of which as captain. And he leaves with a beaming smile on his face, and his teammates with a standing ovation. Well battered, Dane Villas. Been a brilliant player for Lancashire for 7 seasons, and you have your first century of the summer, and plenty of smiles amongst his teammates who get a fantastic reception as he heads back up the steps. Mark Shelton, the director of cricket there, and Chris Bembo, part of the backroom staff, and his teammates all waiting for Villas to make his way back up the stairs.
What a time to find that first century of the summer. Lancashire up against him when Bell came to the middle, 2-2-4 for 4. But similarly, when Villas came out, that was a real opportunity for Middlesex to try and get going at that point. But both he and Bell have held Middlesex at bay. Can Balderson do the same with Bell now? 5 down, Lancashire. They've got a very, very healthy lead in this match. 136 runs, 330 for 5. Middlesex thinking about a second bowling point now, 1 wicket away from that as Bamba's around the wicket. 2 slips in a gully, he bowls, and lifting delivery into the ribs of Balderson, who just about rides this into the onside. And comes Higgins to field, but yeah, magnificent moment for Villas walking off there and given a great reception by his teammates in the balcony, recognising what an innings that was, as you say, in the final throes of his Lancashire career. Bamba round the wicket he comes, bowls, and now that felt as though it kept a fraction low outside of the off stump. Did it just seem a little on him? See the replay in a moment from better line, but that will certainly interest the Lancashire bowlers. And Middlesex batters won't be too enthused. Around the wicket to him, and yeah, it looks like it's angling in all the way. It did just seem, didn't it? Didn't get up. Died somewhat on the way through to Simpson.
Yeah, barely got to Simpson, didn't he? Kind of gloves almost touching the grass as the ball went in.
Here's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. 3:30 for 5. 2 to come at the 88th. Balderson, none from 3, but yeah, great way to walk off. I mean,
yeah, super.
Whether, as you say, whether we do see him again here at Old Trafford or not, but the chances of him walking off again with a century to his name, I think that's why it's been so happily received. The player reaches the end of their time, you don't want to be applauding them off for anything low. But to applaud them off for a century, certainly best to make the most of it. As here's Bamber bowls, this is pushed back by Balderson to mid-on. Wind's died down a bit out there at the moment. Look at the flags of the fire. As I say that, it all picks up again. But I was just looking over the back of the city there, where it's greying up a bit once more, but bright enough out there in the middle of the night. It's a funny old day, isn't it? We've come off a bad light and you think that's not that bad, but look at it now, it is significantly brighter out there. Floodlights not taking, you can see the four shadows, but not taking a huge effect. Bamber bowls full, and Balderson drives up to mid-on. 88 overs bowled, 3:30 for 5. Yeah, so, I mean, speaking of that, we were just talking about the changing of the guard before Bell's 50, century stands, the wicket of Balderson. That's what it feels like for Middlesex, isn't it, with Roland Jones and Mercer starting the season with the new ball for Middlesex, but here heading towards the end of the season, Roland Jones not taking the new ball on either occasion in this innings, and Mercer not in the side. Sat on the sidelines, Higgins and Bamber trusted to make the breakthrough, so whether they do go down, whether they stay up, it looks as though Middlesex certainly need to ponder that for next year. Time for a change, I think so. But I feel like I've been on for a while, overworked as ever. Kevin Hales is going to replace me after a few words from Scott Reed.
Words that we very rarely associate with you again, Kevin. Here comes Higgins from the Statham end, bowling to Bell. Just turned around a little bit. Eases the ball out towards Bamber, who's just at backward point. No run. 3:30 for 5. Lead of 136.
Dane Verse for a bit of script writing there, all at the right moment. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm coming at it from the general county cricket point of view. He's contributed to Lancashire, which in turn means he's contributed quite a lot excessively to county cricket over the last few years. Terrific stuff. Oh, look out. What's going on here, umps? It must be raining. It must be raining because the light is okay. Oh, he's caught in the ground. So, well, you know what that means, don't you? I've got to disappear rather quickly. Oh, they're firing the old cylinders up. Yeah, keep talking for a little while, though, please. I can't run that quickly.
There's always the background noise of the hovercover for entertainment purposes. Well, I presume it must be raining. That it can't possibly be light. Or if it's not raining, it might be one of those where it might be raining
in a minute.
Yeah. But goodness me, that's the lightest drop of rain, and off
we were just saying how bright it was, weren't we?
Yeah.
Should have gone Specsavers or some other optician. 3:35. That's a real disappointment, isn't it? And Middlesex just got that new ball in hand, thinking about going again. Well, 136 the lead. What was that thought on the weather for tomorrow?
I never actually looked because it's
so unreliable. Forget it. Yeah, we'll see in the morning.
Predictable.
They're ready to batten down the hatches. On come the bowlers' end as well. I mean, you can barely see it. It clearly is right. Yeah, you can see it now. In the dark patches, one of a few spectators moving off. What time of day is it? Oh, it's 5:45. We've done well to get this far.
That'll do for the day, won't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I tell you what, Middlesex are in danger now of Lancashire declaring 20 past 10 in the morning. Middlesex are 1 wicket shy of a second bowling point. Do Lancashire try and push harder in the morning, or do they say, all right, let's pull out and we have to knock something off tomorrow evening? Maybe not, actually. Probably thinking about it, they go on, because
I think they go on, don't they? Yeah.
Depending on the forecast.
There is quite a sizable band of rain that's
heading our way.
Indeed. Well, some of it's here already, isn't it? Yeah, sheets have been dragged on. And rumbling into quite a frustrating couple of days, isn't it? Thumbs up.
Oh, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Done for the day? Thumbs up to a dressing room.
That means.
Oh, it's pretty light out there at the moment. It's bright out there at the moment, and it's not the heaviest of rains, is it? A thumbs up to the dressing room. Let's have a look. They'll be going below the Middlesex balcony in a minute. Mallander's whispering something to somebody. Just put it. He's just done that thing where you put your hand to the side of your mouth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The whole ground looking at him. He's blocked it off from half of the ground anyway. Yeah. Milnes is having a laugh and a joke with Middlesex. How is it? Joe Cracknell trying to change the ball. He's got a box of balls, and I think the ball that they're actually using as well. But no, the umpires would have walked off with that, wouldn't they? But there we go. Are we handing over?
I think he's
on
gone.
BBC Radio 5 for Sports Extra to Kevin House?
They've left us already. Oh no, they haven't left us already. That was beautifully done, that, wasn't it?
Which one of us is the professional?
Neither of us. Mate. Neither of us. That's why it's all crumbling apart over the course of the last couple of days. The professionals were on day one.
They were.
Right, 3:30 for 5. So the lead is 136 runs. Covers are being dragged out. We've got, in theory, 9 overs left today, but I think that's looking increasingly unlikely. If we get any further cricket, Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and that, we'll be back with you. But at the minute, it is rain in Manchester, and we're off. Emirates Old Trafford is that play has been abandoned for the day, with Lancashire 330 for 5 and leading by 136 runs. The bad light and then the rain just curtailing the end of the third day, but it will be a day that will live long in the memory, I'm sure, for those that were inside the ground, and especially for Dane Villas. A lovely way for him as he comes towards the end of his time at Lancashire, scoring his first century of the summer, 124 for Villas. Brilliant effort by a player who's been outstanding for Lancashire over the course of the 7 seasons he's been with the club. So we'll be back tomorrow morning just before 10:30 for coverage of day 4. Lancashire 136 in front at 330 for 5, and our coverage via Lancs BBC Sport website and app starts tomorrow again, just before 10:30.
Thank you.